to London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.
Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of Londoners, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members have been invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Assembly Member McCartney, and we have Assembly Members Boff and Moema joining us online remotely.
Thank you. Let's move on. Can I now provide an update of some recent Assembly activity? Since we met for the Mayor's question time, the Fire Committee approved the appointment of the next London Fire Commissioner, Jonathan Smith. The Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor regarding the climate budget, calling for further details of its impact. The Health Committee wrote to the Mayor urging him to work with TfL to promote public health messaging in advertising spaces on TfL's network. This week, the Health Committee held a meeting on men's mental health in London. The Fire Committee examined London's increasing number of arson offences, and the Police and Crime Committee questions the Met on the use of the Territorial Support Group. I would also like to congratulate Hugo Maxwell, who has been appointed as the new chair of the London Youth Assembly last week. And over the next year, we look forward to working closely with Hugo in his new role to strengthen the Youth Assembly's position as the leading voice of young Londoners. Can I now move to item 2, declarations of interest? Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interests where they relate to items on the agenda for today's meeting?
Noted.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly annual meeting held on the 6th of May 2025 to be signed by me as the correct record? We can now move on to our main business of this morning, our question and answer session. So join us here in the chamber. We have Dr. Tom Coffey, OBE, Senior Health Policy Advisor to the Mayor, who's going to be staying with us a little bit longer, depending on any issues that may arise, because I thought we might just have Tom for about an hour. Sadly, we've received apologies from Professor Kevin Fenton, who's the Statutory Health Advisor to the Mayor. Kevin's had a bereavement, so on behalf of the Assembly, we would wish to pass on through you our commiserations around the circumstances to him and his wider family and friends. Can I welcome Vicky Obart, Public Health Director of Greater London Authority, GLA, as well as to Jazz Bogle, Assistant Director of Health and Education and Youth at the GLA. There will be lead-off questions a lead-off question from me as chair to all of our guests. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their questions. Guests, we will be grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. So, the first question from myself is, what are the current health inequalities faced by Londoners and how are these being addressed? So, can we start with you, Tom, first? Or you would prefer to go to Vicky? Vicky.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about health inequalities. As a panel, we're absolutely delighted to be here today. So I just wanted to start recognising Professor Fenton's apologies that he couldn't be here today after a family bereavement. He was very keen to be here, both to hear about your lines of inquiry and to share any ideas that you were putting forward. So, yeah, looking forward to the conversation. I'm going to kick off talking with some opening remarks about health inequalities. Then I'll hand over to Dr. Tom Coffey and to Jazz, and then I'll come back at the end to talk a little bit more in my role as GLA Group Director of Public Health. So what are health inequalities? I've had the opportunity to meet a number of you previously in discussions in committees, but not all of you. So we're talking about unfair and avoidable differences in health and opportunities between different groups of people, and they materialise in different health outcomes for different groups of people. The action we need to take is not just about hospitals and medicine, it's also about having the right building blocks in place to support people's health, and those building blocks are distributed differently across the population. And unfortunately, what we do know is that some of the long-standing health inequalities that London's been dealing with over the years have been further entrenched or exacerbated, both by the experience of going through a pandemic, the COVID pandemic, but also by pressures around cost of living, given the importance of economy for health outcomes. So while life expectancy has been increasing, it has plateaued, so progress has plateaued in recent years. And as the Assembly, I know you've been marking 25 years of the creation of the Greater London Assembly, and we can put this in some context. There's been significant increase in life expectancy in London over that period of time, and a lot of different things have contributed to that. But there has been a sense in which progress in life expectancy has been stalling. And we know that there are very, very significant differences between boroughs in terms of their life expectancy of their populations, but also within communities within those boroughs. We use a measure of healthy life expectancy as well, which is not just how long people live, but what proportion of that life they're able to live in good health. And that's a really important measure. We've made great progress in driving down reasons for premature mortality, but we really need to focus on that life expectancy, and the largest proportion of that being lived in good health. And there's a whole number of contributors to that, you know, the building blocks of health being very important. We know there's a very persistent gap, about 13 years of the proportion of people's life they're living in good health between the boroughs, of about 13 years. That's very significant. And we know there are complex drivers to that. And while we've made progress on premature mortality, some of the areas that we're looking at today, so things like heart health, we know that it's not just about mortality, it's also about preventing disability and improving quality of life. So you'll hear a bit about that today. We've got other reasons to be cheerful. So tobacco would be an example where the overall numbers and proportions of adults that are smoking has gone down significantly. But what we're trying to do is look at where do we have those pockets of where it's been much harder to work with particular populations to support them. And in the tobacco world, we've got a particular focus on people in routine and manual occupations, for example, but also people with suffering from mental illness, mental disorders, where, again, driving down smoking rates has proved much more difficult. And we need to think about how we tailor that support. Mental health, likewise, some significant pressures there. About 1 in 4 people, adults 16 plus, showing signs of poor mental health, and about 1 in 5 children, young Londoners with a probable mental health disorder. If you haven't seen it, we've produced a snapshot, so we're not going to flood you with data today. There's a snapshot of health inequalities which is on the data store, so for those of you who haven't seen it, it's got a lot of rich information in it about that health inequalities picture in London, both at a London level and a bit at the borough level as well. So why is all this important? Why are we bothering? So this is obviously clearly crucial for people's quality of life, both length of life and proportion of that life lived in good health. So every individual in London, they've got an interest in this area. It's fundamentally about prevention and early detection of diseases, but also risk factors, early detection and doing something about the factors that we know drive poor health. And we know that if we're successful in this is going to contribute to a range of wider goals, like reducing pressure on the health and care system, reducing pressure on the welfare system, economic growth and productivity, but also our resilience as a city. We saw that in COVID. Poor health compromises the resilience of our city, and it also contributes to the sustainability, ultimately, of our planet, around what we're trying to achieve for healthy people and healthy planet. So we've got a lot of positive action happening across the system. That involves a wide range of partnerships, and you'll get a little flavour of that today, the partners that we work with to do this. We've also got a 10-year health plan to look forward to. We've got some signalling from national government around 3 shifts that they want to see happening, which includes a shift from focus on health treatment to health prevention. If Kevin were here, I can't speak for Kevin, I think he would really want to pull through one example in particular, which would be around Million Hearts and Minds, which is just taking cardiovascular disease as an example of where we've made good progress in preventing premature mortality, but that's stalled. And we also think about cardiovascular disease as a driver for poor quality of life as well, and really wanting to galvanise city efforts in that particular area, alongside mental health and child health. So I'll stop there, and over to you, Dom.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and again, thank you for inviting me. I spoke to Kevin last night, and he was really upset that he couldn't join us today. He's very passionate about addressing health inequalities in London, but, you know, and I'm sure he'll want to get involved with the plenary and the members on his return after his family bereavement. I work as a GP in Tooting, South London, and every day I see the consequences of health inequalities. But also, what I'm very much aware of is the work I do has only a small benefit to people's lives and the health that they live. The vast majority of the things that determine their health outcomes are in your gift, not mine. It's about their housing, their transport. It's about how they live their lives, you know, their smoking issues, their alcohol, their cycling, their walking. So every one of you probably has a much greater impact on the lives of my patients than I do. That is also why I believe the Mayor has taken an approach which he calls health and all policies. He recognises that the transport strategy, the housing strategy, all these things will have a positive benefit to the healthy lives of Londoners. When the planning regulations changed and we restricted hot food takeaways from 400 metres from school, that will have a big impact on the lives of young children and obesity. When we really pushed the idea of cycling, you know, promoting cycling in London, which has increased significantly over the last 8 years, that level of exercise, that promotes good cardiac health and reduces heart disease. Also, homelessness, a devastating scourge on any city, but the consequence for those who are rough sleepers is terrible. The average life expectancy of someone who's homeless is 45 years, almost 40 years less than the average Londoner. Now, one thing which is good news, and I'm quite competitive with the rest of the cities in London, London's life expectancy is better than the rest of the country. The work you have all done over the last 4, 8, 12 years has made a difference. The life expectancy for a woman is 84.1 in London, but only 84.6 in England. For a man, 79.8 in London and 79.1 in the rest of the country. I want to focus on two key areas, which I suppose would be the areas of greatest inequalities and perhaps benefit for the interventions that you all might do over the next few years. The first is mental health. We're aware that there is a bit of a crisis at the moment in mental health in the UK, in England and in London, predominantly in young people. The level of children and young people suffering from significant mental health has gone up from 11% in 2017 to 18% in 2022. That's a massive drop. And we see it in all parts of our lives, in our schools, in our hospitals, in the housing situations and the demand for housing. Suicide, everyone a tragedy. But suicide in London is decreasing. About 10, 20 years ago, the suicide rate was about 10 per 100,000 throughout the country. In the rest of the country now, it's 10.2 per 100,000, but in London it has gone down to 6.5. So that is a big drop. Still a scourge and still much higher in those facing inequalities. And the work we're doing in the mental health field is trying to address these issues, is around suicide prevention. 454,000 Londoners have taken part in zero suicide training. We've got school programmes of healthy early years and healthy schools, which are trying to embed in family life good mental health and mental health resilience, the building blocks for the rest of their lives. We're also making sure that we're having a new school programme, a whole school approach to improving mental health, because we can't give counselling to every single child and young person in London. But what we can do is try to make the environments that they live in healthy and good for their mental health. The second area I want to talk about is cardiac health. poor cardiac health is the top killer in London. 14.3% of Londoners die prematurely because of heart disease. That is twice as high in men compared to women, twice as high in poor people compared to rich Londoners, and embarking twice as high compared to Richmond. There you can see the stark inequalities facing cardiac health and illness and death in London. And that is the reason a lot of our focus is, can we address the things which cause heart disease? When they get to my door, sometimes it's just too late. What you do makes a difference. Can we get more people cycling and fitter? Yes, we can. Can we make sure we reduce obesity in Londoners and children? Yes, we have done. Can we make sure we improve the air quality of Londoners? Because we know poor air quality produces poor cardiac health, and we have done. Can we make sure that when someone has a heart attack, a defibrillator is close and nearby? Because we know that if you have a cardiac arrest, the chances of you surviving are trebled if you get a defibrillator to use straight away. And what we know already is most of the defibrillators in London are clustered around the centre, major transport hubs. Most of the heart attacks happen in the outskirts, in the suburbs. The TfL have in fact installed, I believe, 500 defibrillators at their networks of bus and train stations over the last few years, making sure we've got registered public accessible defibrillators to address the tragedy of cardiac death. These are the things we're trying to do to address those two big issues, terrible mental health and cardiac disease causing early death. That's why those two are priorities in our Health Inequalities Refresh Implementation Plan that we've developed over the last few months. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'll pick up from there. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having us here today. I'm going to focus a little bit around some of the areas of delivery now as we go forward, and building on what's been, I think, 8 years of a really kind of coherent package of priorities that have been very responsive to where health need has been, and particularly this focus on tackling those aspects of inequality. And we know the evidence, as you've heard already, kind of the causes of inequality are clear, and including health inequality, but the intersection and the interdependency between health inequality and other forms of inequality, particularly income inequality, air quality inequality, all of those various different factors remain large on our huge impact on health. Health isn't just the canary in the coal mine when it comes to health, it is the last end often. And it's as Tom said, if you're identifying the impact of those wider causes of inequality on health, often it's too late by that time, and we can't afford to let Londoners get to that state. And so moving forward and really thinking about how do we really focus on those areas and moving to a much more kind of whole system approach to tackling inequality, recognising the income inequality, but also those wider aspects are some of the biggest challenges in London. For example, childhood and broader income inequality are amongst the worst in the country, and those are factors that are really driving those those tight inequalities. We have had for many years a narrowing of that gap, a gradual narrowing of that gap, and we've seen over the last certainly since the 2020, we're seeing data that shows a widening. And those factors are, we've been through a pandemic, we've gone through a cost of living, or we're going through a cost of living crisis. All of these factors we know will be the things that continue to affect health. And so moving forward, we want to really focus in on taking a much broader and programmed approach to tackling inequality, and really looking at how we make the ambition is to make London the fairest city in the world, where everybody is equally respected and everybody is able to get the best outcomes, including health outcomes, and really tackling those in a much more organised way and a much more whole systems way. And so really wanting to focus in on doing that in 3 ways. So broadly, very high level 3 ways. So tackling inequalities in partnership. No agency, no one organisation is able to fix any of these single issues. These are issues that take whole systems, generations to make change. And so working across those partnerships, ensuring that we've got broad alignment is key. And certainly we know over these the quality of our health and care partnerships, many of our partners you've had in front of you in various committees and various forms, that's testament to the close working that we have across the health and care system in London. And by working in those partnerships, we know that we're able to have that cohesive collective effort to drive forward. We're also an organisation that should and can lead by example. So the health in all policies approach that Vicky will talk about in a moment is unique. It's world leading, it's world class, and this is something that we ought to be really proud of. But there's a huge amount more we can do there. Also in our work on equalities and looking at, so we talk about inequality, it's a very deficit model and it's awful that it still happens. But the pride of London, I think, is its diversity. I'm testament to that myself. And that diversity, the greatness, that accumulation of that energy that you get in that equality in London is a massive asset to us, and really leading by example how we are driving our policy and really focusing on those areas where we want to improve equality. And then by taking direct action. So there are a number of projects and programmes that we want to take forward over the next 3 years through this implementation plan, and really driving some of that action in much more focused, targeted ways where we know we can make a difference and where the evidence base is clear that those interventions are going to have an impact on tackling and reducing inequalities. So that's the kind of broad, high-level approach that we want to take. In relation to specifically around health, obviously we've got a health and care system that's changing. You've seen the reports and various kind of pressures on the health service right now. Those are, though, ones that we can work well with, and we believe that the kind of the partnership work that we have has been long established and is able to sustain and grow from the changes and opportunities that we think might be available through us in the years to come. And that health and care partnership remaining really strong, particularly where we're able to really target some of those areas, particularly around, for example, that we've talked about already, cardiovascular disease and mental health. These are areas that we know as and child health. These are kind of three common areas of purpose we know with our health and care partners we collectively want to take action. We will continue to support Thrive London. We know Thrive London's impact has been significant. Its agility to be able to really move with the times. It's the support we saw Thrive London giving Londoners during the pandemic and all the way through now remains really key. And so continuing to focus in our partnership efforts and relationships with them there. Vicky will talk a little bit about HIAP shortly, but some of the key specific projects and programmes that we want to take forward, particularly around tackling inequality, particularly income inequality, but focusing again some of that work through the work that we do around multi-banks, looking at where we can really maximise income for those families for whom access to benefits and support is really difficult and really checkered, but also access to the opportunities that might be available to people to really support and look after themselves. Structural inequalities play a massive part in health inequality, and our health inequalities improvement plan, the last improvement plan, introduced a significant focus around race inequality, and race inequality has kind of driven a huge amount of that health inequality that we've seen over the years. The pandemic again showed us spotlighted that race-related health inequality to a significant degree. So going forward, really addressing some of those core issues around race inequality within our health and care system is going to be a key priority for how we want to really increase trust and confidence in the public in those public services. And really thinking about where we can really kind of ensure that the health and care system is, as it's developing and growing, and for example, we'll see some hospital redevelopments over the next period of time. They will kind of ensuring whatever changes are happening in the health and care system, particularly to direct health services, happen with a real objective to reduce inequalities and health inequalities at their core. So the Mayor's playing a big part in really driving some of that forward. And really broadening out the opportunity to make health impact. So where we know that for example, some of the work that we've seen and done around increasing the access to cultural services for those people who suffer dementia, and we know that there's some brilliant evidence-based work that has supported people with dementia to really manage their condition and to find times and opportunities to remember and feel well. Those sorts of projects and working with the cultural and the arts sector has been a real key area of work that we really want to kind of continue to drive forward. I'll stop there but hand over back to Vicky.
Thank you, Jazz. So very briefly, just to orient you, wearing a slightly different hat now. Kevin is Statutory Advisor to the Mayor and the GLA Group. I'm Deputy Statutory Advisor, but I also head up a public health unit for the group. So just a couple of very quick reflections on that. So the Mayor set up the public health unit as a shared service for the group in April 2022, and that was a culmination of really galvanising public health support to the efforts of the group, the whole group. So this is for the Greater London Authority, including the Assembly, but also Transport for London, MOPAC, etc. And just before we get into the questions, I guess what I wanted to flag was, what does that actually mean, just to bring it to life for those of you that haven't worked with before. Part of that work is around health resilience, and that is very important for health inequalities. So this involves both immediate responses, so incidents, things like, vaccine preventable disease outbreaks and preparedness for things like pandemics. But it also includes a focus on longer-term health resilience. So we'd get involved in things like how do we work with communities around longer-term resilience, and how do we work on things like heat or climate adaptation priorities. That's one chunk. And then the other is health and all policies, so supporting the group to embed health considerations. And we do that through things like the evidence base. I've talked about the snapshots and publications that we've done, skills and capacity building. So as Assembly members, occasionally you'll see invitations to things like webinars, masterclasses. We'd always welcome that. And if committees ever want any input on that, we're more than happy to support. The actual policy and strategy development, working with the range of teams and organisations. And that is framed around the Mayor's priorities and programmes and organisational priorities and programmes. Yeah? So we work across that spectrum, and we bring that together in a forum that has representation from across the group, and which the Health Committee is an observer on, to bring that together periodically to look at the overall strategy. A range of ways we could demonstrate impact, and to support that we do quite a lot around workforce development in the public health workforce, and quite a lot around how we work with other cities and regions, both in the UK and globally, but also academic collaborations as well. I'll finish there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, and that was useful background information to the questions that we've raised. In terms of that, we're now going to go to the political groups. We're going to take it in turns. The order of the first four questions will be Assembly Member Irani, then Assembly Member Roberts, and then Assembly Member Best, and then finally Assembly Member Russell. So let's take the first question from Assembly Member Irani.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn to Vicky for an answer on this one. So the new Health Inequality Strategy Implementation Plan notes that London has made incredible progress on HIV, becoming the first global city to exceed the 2025 UN targets of 95% diagnosed, 95% treated and 95% virally suppressed. What more needs to be done for London to meet its goal of eliminating new HIV transmissions by 2030?
Apologies. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think this is something for London to be incredibly proud of. A range of work has really gone in across the partnership to get us in a position of achieving those outcomes, and that has involved working with Londoners to stand the opportunities that there are now through antiretroviral therapy and what that means about suppressing HIV and meaning that it isn't then transmissible. And that has involved innovation in the health service, for example, testing in A&E. It's involved a big push around pre-exposure prophylaxis, working with communities that are particularly at risk of HIV infection. And it involves some very focused work around helping people to stay on treatment. I think the GLA and the Mayor have played a very significant role, particularly around stigma of having an HIV diagnosis and what that means, to promote testing, to normalise testing, and to promote the message of the fact that it can be suppressed so well, and also marking things like how you know, the HIV pandemic and the journey we've been on has impacted Londoners over a wider period of time. So although we can celebrate success and achievement now, and there's still further to go, we also know that we've lost a lot of Londoners along the way. So things like the memorial, you know, in the public realm has been a really significant indicator. And then finally, we're doing some work in the group around HIV Confident Charter, working with organisations. What are the organisation and the workplace roles and responsibilities here around destigmatising HIV?
Thank you. In the Health Committee's report on HIV in London, advertising on the TfL estate also came up as an issue. Now, we heard a great example from Dr. Tom Coffey this morning about how the TfL estate's been maximised in terms of having defibs on their estate. What more can be done on TfL estate to look at how we can promote positive public health messaging in general and look at advertising policies? Vicky.
Shall I just try to add on as well? So the TfL estate, as you say, has got an immense kind of opportunity for kind of reaching Londoners. The present kind of process for the advertising situation is that during the COVID pandemic, when the government was very much directing the whole of the GLA to do certain work to kind of make sure we maximise vaccination, we wore our masks, the TfL advertising estate was used for that. Also, for HIV, the boroughs commissioned the kind of HIV prevention service, and they came together and, in fact, funded a TfL advertising campaign promoting the HIV testing. So there is always an opportunity for groups to get together to work with TfL and their advertising team, which is obviously kind of, you know, a commercial organisation, to maximise that benefit. And I am sure TfL would love to work with any group who would want to kind of advertise on that realm.
Thank you. I'm sure that will be something that will be followed up by the Assembly. It's raised quite regularly.
Yeah.
Now, evidence shows that the ban on junk food advertising is making an impact, and there are other areas on similar issues where an approach such as on gambling advertising where we don't have the same restrictions. Now, in the past, I think, Dr. Comby, it's you yourself that has said that the same guidelines don't exist, the same national guidelines don't exist for us to implement a similar approach on gambling. What work is currently being undertaken to lobby the government on this so that we can look at this issue on the TfL estate as well?
Thank you. So one cannot underestimate the impact of harmful gambling on people's lives, especially their mental health. With the high fat, salt and sugar process, we had a national definition, not about unhealthy food, but which type of food is unhealthy, which was accepted. For gambling, we're trying to get a definition which says this type of gambling we know has got exceptionally harmful effects. But there are lots of people gamble, which is not harmful. So we need to get a national definition of differentiation between the two. We've done lots of work with Sheffield University and commissioned organisations across the world to look at the impact of harmful gambling. And we've yet to get a definition which will allow us to go to implement a policy which would be robust enough to resist the possible and probable legal challenge that would occur. So we've got to make sure that we're going to do something which we know will both work and will be implementable. At the moment, we recognise the issue. We recognise the parameters of what we're trying to implement, but what we're looking for now is a legal definition, and we are working with the government, who have a promise to do this work, to say we will work with public health colleagues, gambling experts and the gambling industry to identify what can we define as harmful gambling. And when we're there, I think we'll ask TfL to revisit that promise.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So let's move to Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I was surprised to read in the Mayor's Health Inequalities Implementation Plan that it completely fails to mention social care, which is a critical enabler in supporting people to live independently, enables health reform and prevents ill health. With long waiting lists and 1 in 7 older people facing care costs of over £100,000, quality care is inaccessible for many. So, A, do you consider it is an oversight within the report? And what impact do you think the Mayor could have in supporting the adult social care sector?
Thank you. So I obviously share with you my concerns of the impact poor social care has on people's lives. And also, every day you talk to a person in hospital, a GP, a social worker. If we haven't got good social care, especially for the elderly and vulnerable, we know the system overall will fail. Sadiq has to recognise, the Mayor has to recognise what's in his gift, what's in his power to do. So I always describe the Mayor's implements in these fields as what can he do, what can he convene, what can he advocate for, and what can he shine a spotlight on. So for social care, I'll try to give you an example of where we are trying to work. So whenever there's a big reorganisation in London, Sadiq has developed plans called SK6. And these are ways to recognise how is that reorganisation going to impact Londoners. One of the tests for the SK6 is the impact on social care. Because he knew, and he knows, that if you get the delivery of social care wrong, when you do a big reorganisation, it will have an adverse effect on Londoners. So he's trying to use his role of influence there, because he does not have a statutory role in the design and reconfiguration of the health service or social care, but he can use his convening and his spotlighting powers to do so. So that's what he's already done. The Health Inequalities Strategy Implementation Plan has tried to focus about what he can do. And I think, I don't see it as an oversight. I want him to focus on what he can do. But trust me, when we meet with social care leaders, be it on the London Health Board, or when we meet with healthcare leaders, which we meet regularly, myself and Sadiq, all the time, any issue which can raise the prominence of social care and the linkage between social care and healthcare, he takes every opportunity to do so. So we recognise it, but because it's not in a clear gift, or he doesn't commission it, he can only try to influence it, and that's probably why we haven't chosen to highlight it in great detail. But in his overall work, which he does, in his partnership work with the NHS and London councils, believe me, this comes up again and again.
Yeah, I mean, I get that point. My concern, however, is that many people are not aware of the conversations which the Mayor has behind closed doors. This is a public-facing document in which the Mayor, as you just said, could have shone a spotlight on this particular issue, and unfortunately, this document fails to do that. So I consider it as a major oversight.
Okay, yeah, and I think, you know, for me at these sessions, it's important to get feedback, to understand what are the priorities of the membership here, and what we're trying to do is balance continually competing priorities. If every one of your priorities came to me and said, Tom, I think this is very important, and you know, usually they all are really important, but sometimes we have to select. And the way we've selected is to say, can we do them in key themes? Can we do it whereby we can do a delivery plan in that area? But trust me, taking your comments, I'll make sure when we do meet with our social care colleagues and our health colleagues, I will advocate your comments, which Sadiq would share, but we want to make sure that we can focus on where we can do. Jad, did you want to add something? Sorry.
So yeah, happy to, and obviously that we're doing some work at the moment to look at where we could try and support the Mayor to influence national governments thinking around the ideas around a national care service, and these will be things that will be kind of a really key kind of opportunity for London to really state its case and to really identify the London experience of social care. And I think, as Tom's kind of said, the relationship the Mayor has with our London, the health and care system, and I think it's really important that we don't talk about a health system in isolation. It's a health and care system, and that interdependency is really key. We're really interested also in looking at ways in which we could potentially find ways of docking into new local neighbourhood health systems that will have a much clearer integration with the care system, and that those local systems that are being established, looking at ways in which we can feed in support and work with local authorities to find ways of connecting up and joining the dots, that we think is going to make a big difference. And we know often in quite a lot of areas around social care, children's and adult social care, often it's the wiring in between, and many of you who've got backgrounds and relationships in local government will know that those are often the very difficult areas that cause some of those bottlenecks and difficulties. So it's those handoffs that we're looking at. How can we how can the Mayor influence that system to really think about the clever ways in which we can unlock those?
I'm just conscious of the clock. Very quickly, one final question there. Given the Mayor's ability to influence national policy, should he be calling for a London-based care workers visa in order to address shortfalls in the workforce?
I recognise that there is significant nursing gaps, social care gaps, and therefore we want to do everything we can to make sure Londoners are safe and looked after by high-quality workers. I think Sadiq will do everything he can to try to make that happen, and I'm not aware whether the detail of the process you're suggesting, but I will raise it with him.
Thank you.
As something which obviously is important.
Just conscious of the time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. Tom, can I ask what are the extent of your representations to the government around the cancellation of the hospital building plan for London?
So what we have done is made sure we try to understand the present situation. So first of all, what we looked at, so there was a promise of the previous government of 30 nice shiny hospitals within a few years. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And then when the present government took over and looked at the capital expenditure, they identified that in fact the capital expenditure was not present to fund the promises previously made. So what the government has done is try to reprofile.
Sorry, I'm asking your representations because surely you want these hospitals built. That's surely your position. So you've written to the government to tell them that they must build the hospitals in London as soon as possible.
I have spoken to the government advisors to...
You've written a letter?
I have not written the letter.
But you were very keen to write letters before with the previous government. Yeah. And so this is something very close to my heart because the last time we had a Labour government in 2009, they tried to shut my local hospital. They tried to shut our local A&E at Whipps Cross. We had diggers in the ground. The first phase of construction was underway. Our hospital would have been built by 2028, and it has been scrapped. That plan has been scrapped by this government. Now, you were very keen to write to the last government and say how key it was that they put forward the hospital building programme to tackle health inequalities in London, and now you are not going to make the same case to this government.
No. Believe me, I will work with the present government to make sure London capital infrastructure for healthcare is maximised. I have obviously worked with the Whipps Cross team, with the St Helier team, to make sure we get the appropriate monies to invest in those areas. Whipps Cross, and I've spoken to the campaigners around Whipps Cross, that has got a viable plan to develop Whipps Cross. I am, I'm very much aware that for Epsom St Helier, the commitment to rebuild St Helier is still there. Right, but it's been profiled to make sure when is the realistic capital available. For Whipps Cross, for Hillingdon, another hospital, and for the Hammersmith, also, there are 4 big hospitals that are waiting to be rebuilt in London. What I would add is that what the government has done, because also a number of hospitals need refurb, whilst we're waiting for these hospitals to be rebuilt, to make sure we spend the money we have and don't promise what we can't deliver. What they have done is set aside over £500 million to renovate, to improve the infrastructure of hospitals in London. And London is getting that money.
Tom, you keep saying we. You're not part of the Labour government. You need to stand up for... No, you need to stand up for Londoners.
Yeah.
So we would have had a hospital in Whipps Cross in North East London where we have some of the worst health inequalities in London. We would have had a new hospital by 2028. The capital was available by that. The rest of the words there, that's not important. The capital was available. So it's nonsense, quite frankly, what you're saying. The government have delayed this programme. You should be writing and asking that they reinstate this programme now. You were keen to do that before, so why won't you do it again?
Yeah. So, I mean, I am happy to write on behalf of any Assembly member to the government, especially when, as you are, Assembly Member Best, highlighting an area and a development which I think is quite right. I think we do need all our hospitals to be as high functioning as possible and to be renovated where needed. Whipps Cross is one of the 4 top London hospitals which required a rebuild. So I share your concern, and I am happy to write to the ministers in London to advocate, both of us, for what we both believe should be happening in London. But I have got to accept that they will spend only the money they've got.
Thank you. I am concerned that you didn't write that letter before, but I am pleased that you will write it now. I hope you can also speak to the Mayor, who was also keen to previously write letters, but hasn't and has said that he won't on this occasion. So if you could also speak to him about the importance of making those cases to government, I'd be pleased.
The case we have made is to try, can we get a long-term capital settlement for London? So at the moment what happens a lot for the last 25 years is we get one-year settlements. What the Mayor has written for is to ask for that 10-year settlement so we can actually plan properly for Whipps Cross, for Hillingdon, for Epsom St Helier and for the St Mary's Hammersmith rebuild.
We agree on the settlement. I just am disappointed, obviously, with the delay. Last year, in 2024, I wrote a substantial report looking at some of the stats for health in London, and it was really quite stark. In almost every indicator, London has got worse under this Mayor and is performing poorly against the England national averages. But I think instead of going through all of them, I'd highlight some of the areas where the Mayor has put most of his attention. So, for example, in London, we have some of the highest drug use in the UK. Drug deaths and drug poisoning increases, and in some points at an all-time high. Childhood obesity has grown in London and is the highest of any region in the UK. Rough sleeping has doubled under this Mayor. Children between 5 and 15 are less active in London than the national average, and something that has consistently fallen. When you look at some of the answers to this, unpopular LTNs, banning wedding cake, advertising of theatre play on the tube, spending years and years and £150,000 solely focused on decriminalising cannabis, surely you can accept that at times the Mayor has had the wrong priorities when it comes to prioritising Londoners' health.
Thank you for that question. I would disagree. So, we have to choose our priorities according to our statistics and evidence. And you've shared some information with myself. I suppose I was looking at some of the figures as well. And in fact, from between 2016-17 and 23-24, the proportion of children who are overweight or obese has decreased for both reception and Year 6.
No, it hasn't.
Is the information that I've got.
It hasn't, Tom, though, but that's not true. He said it twice now, and it's not true. It's not true. We can do this all day.
You can come back. Just let him finish.
Because I know this is an important figure. This is a focus for us. So I made sure I got the figures between 2016-17 to 2023-24. And they're the figures I can share with you. Now, rather than going back and forth like a ping-pong match, it might be that if I share you with my figures and you share yours, we can maybe meet and discuss afterwards, because I think it is important to get this accurate. Because also, definitely in England, the childhood obesity figures have increased. But the figures I've got for London, they have decreased.
They
and
absolutely haven't decreased. They've gone that they were in 23-14. They were 22.4%, and they're 24%.
Shall I bring Vicky, who help me with some of these figures? Thank you, Vicky.
Well, I was going to offer around child obesity and to put it in a wider context. So we have for other Assembly members, we have a childhood measurement programme which measures children when they go into reception and when they get to Year 6. And that is an annual programme. Now, one of the challenges, I would say, at the moment, if we're looking at a simple trend over time, is you will see a big spike in childhood obesity during the pandemic. So that programme continued, but if you remember which children were in school to be measured at that point in time, and that was predominantly essential workers and children with needs, particular needs. So the cohort that was measured in that particular year was slightly different. And that, to me, says we need to do even more around health inequalities and childhood obesity, because that was quite stark in terms of illustrating that. And it's also taken a while to actually understand what was the impact of the pandemic on child obesity when children were not in school. So we know we've got cohorts of children coming into school that were born during the pandemic and have had quite a different experience in the early years. But I'm more than happy to support around the data and etc.
OK. So please share that information. You're going to be in correspondence with each other. Can we also make sure that we are shared into that, because we'd like to see the outcome of those issues and understand some of the interactions.
Thank you. And the last point I was going to make, Emma, was just the reason this implementation plan is focused on heart health, because, as again, we're trying to be guided by our stats. The biggest cause of death in London as premature death is heart disease, hence the focus on heart health. So we are guided by our evidence and stats, and not every project will kind of work, fantastically, but we are guided by our evidence and evaluation. As you know, we did a very good evaluation of the ad ban on the impact of childhood obesity and obesity in London.
Thanks. I think that ignored most of the points I brought up, but thanks.
Well, we pick them up in exchanges of correspondence, because I think it's an interesting debate you started. OK, so Assembly Member Russell, finally.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, my commiserations to Kevin Fenton, and a lot of my questions were going to be directed to him, so I'm going to need you to slightly work out who to take things up. I think I'll start with Tom, and it is a question about access to toilets. You'll be well aware, I hope, that I and many others think that the lack of toilet provision in London is not just a matter of public health, but of health inequalities. And there are people who are especially disadvantaged by the lack of provision of toilets, and this includes people protected under the public sector equality duty, disabled Londoners, people with health conditions like Crohn's, bladder, bowel or prostate cancer, diabetes, multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's, and other groups, including anyone older, pregnant or accompanied by young children. And that's not an exhaustive list. So, Tom, briefly, my question is, do you agree with the principle that access to public toilets is a public health issue?
The short answer is yes. The short answer is yes.
Excellent.
Because I recognise all those clinical conditions which will require often an urgent access to the toilet, and also my day-to-day work with patients, especially elderly patients with incontinence. They will often stay indoors purely because they haven't got confidence to go outside to go to a toilet. So I do recognise that, yes.
Excellent, that's fantastic, thank you. And related to that, access to toilets in London is geographically uneven. Age UK London, who are in the audience, recently found that 3 of our councils have more than 50 public loos, but 7 of them have less than 10. Havering just has 2, and Redbridge just has 1. Now, I'm not here to have a go at councils. This sits with years of very, very tight budgets, so it's not their fault. But the Assembly Health Committee has agreed in the past, cross-party, that it would be helpful for there to be a statutory duty to provide public toilets as a public health measure. Now, I'm not saying which body should be responsible for them. It could be councils, it could be national government, or in London it could be the GLA. But do you agree that the responsibility for providing public toilets should lie in the public sector so we can end these loo deserts and reduce this inequality in our city?
So I recognise that the disparity of provision seems to be very unequal, and also you're talking in the areas which are the poorest parts of London seem to have the poorest provision, and that seems desperately unfair. And recognising everyone's budget is financially stretched, that a coordinated plan to make sure accessible toilets are available would be a very sensible thing to do. I am aware that the London plan for the next iteration is going through a consultation at the moment, I think ending on the 22nd of June, and I would imagine that that would be a great opportunity to feed that information into. What I'm very much aware of is that when I had, in fact, a session with public health leaders and Jules Pipe, Deputy Mayor, on yesterday, and in fact that came up again.
Excellent. Very glad to hear that, and I'll make sure everyone feeds in.
So I would say that is the way I would perceive as the probably most effective way to try and get addressed on a London basis.
Great, that's really helpful. Vicky, to you, Age UK London's recent report about toilet provision called Lifting the Lid, I know it's been sent to you. Have you had a chance to have a look at it?
Assemblyman, I have skimmed it.
You've skimmed it.
It's been
Excellent.
a busy week. I can't pretend.
No, don't worry. There's some fantastic recommendations in there, and some are specifically for the GLA, like making a GLA public toilet action plan. So would you agree to meet with me and Age UK London and the London Loo Alliance, who are a group of campaigners, charities, unions and activists looking to improve toilet provision, to discuss their findings?
So I am more than happy to potentially meet. I'm in touch with the Communities and Social Policy team, the planning team. I guess our unit's role is working with the levers of the GLA group. So let me just touch base with policy colleagues who may already be in touch, and then we can pick it up from there.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then, Vicky, again to you, and moving on to a slightly different matter. I've had some very worrying correspondence from a trans constituent who can no longer safely access changing rooms and toilets at their local Better Gym leisure centre because of new rules brought in by GLL, the company behind Better, after the Supreme Court ruling. Now, I was told that GLL has taken a company-wide operational position to broadly implement the Equalities and Human Rights Commission interim guidance that was published in April. Now, these new rules from GLL have been brought in across all their facilities, including, and this is why I'm bringing it up with you, Crystal Palace National Sports Centre, which they run on behalf of the GLA. So, were you aware of these changes before they were brought in? Was there any consultation about this change in policy at a GLA-owned facility? And are you concerned about this in terms of accessibility and equality? I don't expect a full answer right now, but if you could look into what has happened and write to me, I'd be very grateful.
Happy to pick that up.
Thank you very much. And then picking this up with Tom, it is worrying that bodies delivering public services seem to be bringing in rules before any guidance has been finalised and while the EHRC consultation has only recently opened. Now, as Senior Health Advisor to the Mayor, are you and is the GLA working on a response to the EHRC consultation to ensure that the rights of trans and gender diverse Londoners are fully protected?
I am unaware of the process that you've requested information on, but I will find out for you and pass it back to you. I don't want to give an answer which isn't fully informed, so may I get back to you on that, please?
That would be very helpful. I think that the Mayor has told me that his position is clear. The result of the ruling mustn't mean more stigma and discrimination against trans people in London. And so he's been very clear about the need to keep an eye on this. And I think it's also critical that trans and gender diverse Londoners know that we have their backs and that they can get on and live their lives using facilities that they've accessed safely, in many cases for decades, without hindrance.
And I would share that perspective as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, we'll go to Assembly Member Wilson, and then after that contribution we will have a short break.
Thank you, Chair. My first question would be to you, Dr. Coffey, if that's okay. So a little while ago I submitted a written question to the Mayor asking about the North East London Physician Response Unit, which was a unit which provided home emergency medical care for acutely unwell patients and basically avoided the need to take those patients to A&E with the additional cost and stress and grief that entails. Unfortunately, the funding had been cut, the scheme no longer operational. The answer that the Mayor gave in writing explained how it had been subject to a 2-year pilot and that had now come to an end. But in his response, he did say that I also understand the NHS is committed to providing financially sustainable at-home care models for those who need this most, so I will ask my Senior Health Advisor to raise this matter in his next meeting with senior NHS leaders. I presume that is you. So I was just really asking for an update on that. Has that meeting, those discussions taken place? Are you able to give us an update?
The answer is yes. And so during the COVID pandemic, there was a big move to keep Londoners out of hospital because we thought it was unsafe potentially in for getting COVID infection. So we developed all these hospital at home schemes The scheme you mentioned was one of those hospital at home schemes, and then what's happened over the last few years, each of them have been reviewed to say, how effective are they? Each area, each part of London, and the 5 areas, North East London too, has got to have a hospital at home scheme. It's called an admission avoidance scheme and an early discharge scheme. They're put in together. So North East London will have one of those schemes, but the pilot you mentioned obviously isn't the one they chose to go forward. But it doesn't mean other residents within North East London don't have the benefit of that scheme. I have spoken to the medical team in the NHS England, and that is the approach they are adopting. And it is being adopted throughout London. So I know in my area, in Wandsworth, we have got a hospital at home team, which is provided by the local community health trust, and that is similar throughout London. So there is still a admission avoidance and early discharge team present in North East London.
That's great. That's very helpful. Thank you. Because I think it does help to avoid those emissions, the costs, and ultimately it'll save money in the longer term because it's cheaper to treat those patients at home where it can be done. My second question, I've got time, is to Jazz. So in your introduction, you mentioned dementia. Which we're grateful that you did because it's something that got a family connection with. And I know in the initial health strategy, there was an ambition to make London a dementia-friendly city. Perhaps could you just explain a little bit more about what that means and what progress has been made to deliver that ambition? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's and it's an important one. So the work that was done under the previous health improvement implementation plan was very much linked to the dementia-friendly city approach. One that was very much around making sure that organisations, certainly in London, became dementia-friendly themselves. So the GLA and many of you took part in dementia-friendly training and support, and really looking at how we can ensure that the wider role that we all play in developing policy, thinking about your role in scrutiny, actually you have all kind of had access to that training, and that's an example of how we've tried to mainstream, I suppose, the thinking around dementia and kind of dementia thinking in kind of all of our policy making. Similarly, we've worked with our health and care partners to do the same, and that was a collaboration that we took part in for some time. Moving forward, there's been some really interesting work, as I mentioned earlier, with the creative sector. So working with museums, libraries and so on across London, looking at ways in which they've been able to, and also other cultural venues, cinemas, for example, looking at ways in which they can put in place kind of events and support for communities with and families that have a member of the family with dementia to be able to take part and to offer some ways in which you can have some respite from and opportunities to remember and have those really important events. And then also looking at where we can work with some of the wider charity and community sector, often very often whom are providing that very localised support to families. And so that broadening out of some of the support we're giving to the VCS, the voluntary and community sector, it's particularly thinking about those families with dementia. I think some of the previous work that we've also done around social prescribing, so particularly working with carers of people with dementia and supporting them to get access to the right information, the right support locally. So the work that we did to really bolster and kind of establish, I suppose, kind of that sector has been really important.
Thank you. I'm out of time, but I just want to thank you for that, and particularly, again, mentioning the impact on carers, because it's absolutely crucial that they get the support they need as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're now going to adjourn for 5 minutes. We're going to be joined by a new panel guest as well. So that means we reconvene at 11:10.
Have you had a word with him?
Can I welcome you back to the London Assembly question and answer session on the Mayor's Health Inequality Strategy. The panel has now been joined by Dr. Leila Hambach, Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Pharmacies Association. Welcome to the meeting. Let's continue with our questioning. I'm going to ask Assembly Member Ahmed for a question.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Dr. Coffey, has the Mayor's groundbreaking universal free school meals policy helped advance the goals of his health inequality strategy in London?
Thank you for the question, and I believe it has. So what we're very much aware of is that poverty amongst children and young people in London is very high. It's the second highest in any region in the UK. Anything which can address kind of childhood poverty is very important. The universal free school meals has hopefully addressed a number of issues. First of all, income poverty. So we believe that for everybody who's benefiting from free school meals in the primary school sector, that's that family, it's £500 per year for that child. And there is that significant section of the community who are above the previous free school meal threshold, but still often working poor, living lives with an income which is insufficient to give their children the lives that they need. And so that extra £500 helps them enormously. Secondly, also what we're very much aware of is that, and Emma mentioned it earlier, childhood obesity is a significant issue for London. And also it's much higher in our poorer Londoners. So making sure they get a nutritious, well-balanced meal at lunchtime will assist in working towards that inequality ambition. Also, what we're very much aware of is that the evaluation is looking at the well-being overall of the child in those schools. And that seems to be improving since the introduction of universal free school meals. And what we're very much aware of is child well-being at school and educational outcome are directly linked. So anything which we can do to improve the educational outcome of all our children at primary school is to be welcomed. So I would definitely say that this phenomenal kind of universal approach is helping all Londoners and helping address inequalities.
Thank you, and I'm sure that you're just as pleased as I am with this morning's government announcement that it is extending the free school meals policy to all children whose parents are claiming universal credit, which will mean that 500,000 children across the country will now access free school meals and save £500 per child per family. Could you tell us how London's experience will actually informed this policy, and how will the policy affect Londoners?
So obviously, we don't work for the present government, but there's been an exchange of ideas and policies, especially ones which have been implemented, evaluated, and costed. And so we have made sure that we have shared with the government the policy on free school meals. And often when the policy you have is copied by someone else, that is probably the best compliment. And I was really pleased also recently when I saw the policy we've had in London for a few years about no fast food takeaways within 400 metres of a school is also being replicated now in the government as well. So therefore I would like to feel that what we're trying in London, what works, the government will examine, we will share it with them, and they will implement it and roll it out wherever feasible. And this is one of them. So equally, when I woke up this morning and I read my BBC News feed, I was equally pleased.
Yeah, great start to the morning. With the government now rolling out breakfast clubs in primary schools to children in London, which means that they will benefit from 2 free meals per day, would you expect this to bring further health benefits to London's children?
Yeah, undoubtedly. For children, the majority of their time during the during the working week is spent at school. And you talk to any parent and any teacher, a child going to school hungry affects their behaviour and affects their academic performance. So these breakfast clubs, introducing an ability to make sure that those children are fed as they start school, I believe will have a big impact. And not only will it affect, the child's kind of nutrition, but also their performance in school. So I do welcome that. And it will be nice to see over the next few years primary school children in London having a breakfast and having lunch, making sure that we're maximising their nutrition and their ability to address childhood obesity, perform well in school and live to be healthy adults thereafter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Juju.
Thank you and good morning, panel. Dr. Coffey, in your professional opinion, both in your current role as an advisor and as a GP, would you say that parks and green spaces are important for mental and physical well-being?
So, I, in fact, was in front of one of the health committees a couple of years ago, trying to look at this. And definitely, when you've got an accessible green space, we are very much aware that there is a benefit to the physical health and mental health, both whereby the environment regarding air quality, when you've got a green or blue area, we know the air quality is improved. And also, when you've got an accessible green space, you want to make sure it also helps the physical and cardiac health, which we've said is a priority, and the mental health. It's amazing how noise pollution can have a really deleterious effect on people's mental health. And the quietness and the lack of noise pollution around a green area is definitely very helpful. But of course, we're going to make sure that these areas are accessible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coffey. So in a way, I can say the answer is yes. Green and open spaces and parks are very positive for mental and physical well-being. Dr. Coffey, do you also recognise the fact that during the COVID pandemic, ethnic minority Londoners were proven to have less access to green and open spaces during the pandemic?
What I'm aware of, and I haven't got all the data with me, is that the poorer parts of London have the poorer access often to green spaces. And black and ethnic minority Londoners often, but not always, often will reside in those areas of higher poverty and therefore may well have poorer access. But I can't share with you the direct information, but that could well be the case, yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coffey. So, given you have recognised that parks, green spaces and possibly the green belt are positive for mental and physical well-being, and you've also noted, which I think is borne out by the facts, that black and ethnic minority Londoners generally, not always, had less access to open spaces during the pandemic. Would you agree with me that we should not be building on our parks, greenbelt and open spaces in order to keep them accessible for the physical and mental well-being of all Londoners?
So, thank you for that question. And what I recognise about what you're throwing up is that obvious tension where I started by saying homeless people, rough sleepers, die averagely at age 45. 38 years earlier than the average Londoner. And so there is a compelling priority to make sure we're providing affordable houses, houses for Londoners. And we've got an ambition to provide many thousand houses over the next 10 years. I believe 880,000 homes. To do that, we have to also find the places to build them. And when we are looking at spaces, we've got to, wherever possible, look at places which are, empty at present, brownfield sites, but also there will be that constant tension of, are there potential green spaces which need to be built on? And I was trying to use the term very carefully, accessible green spaces, because often some of our green area isn't accessible to all Londoners. And all Londoners don't have that great benefit that you highlighted. So I would say that if we're going to build on green areas and green spaces for a compelling reason to address the homelessness and housing crisis in London, we've got to do it very carefully because of the benefits we would lose if we were building on accessible green land.
Right.
So therefore the advice I would give to the Mayor is if you're making those difficult choices, and when you're in government, when you're in power, you often have to make those difficult choices, that if we're going to consider building on green land, we make sure we do it very carefully, measure the benefits, measure the losses, but work out, are those green spaces accessible in the first place? Because much of green land in London, unfortunately, isn't accessible to all Londoners.
Well, with the greatest respect, Dr. Coffey, and I appreciate your very nuanced and well-answered response, the Mayor of London has already confirmed he wants to build on one of our country parks. And he wants to get into bed with greedy developers that want to remove this space for black Londoners, for Asian Londoners, for all Londoners of all ethnic minority background. And as far as I'm concerned, given your response previously, that is to the detriment of mental and physical well-being. Now, I hear what you say, that you say there are choices that have to be made, sometimes difficult. But I personally do not believe that parks, which are accessible, open green spaces, should be sacrificed at the altar to meet these housing targets. We are talking about accessible. So if we're talking about accessible parks, would you agree we should not be building on accessible parks used by all?
Now, I sense there is an example that you're alluding to.
I'll take you to it. It's Trent Park.
That's all right.
Yeah.
And then on my right hand, there was mutterings which may have...
So they usually do that because they've got nothing else to say, but carry on.
Okay,
Dr.
that
Coffey,
indicated.
yeah.
And you know, it's one of those situations whereby it's really important for me to understand the detail. And really what I would really appreciate is if you passed on to me the detail and I looked at the proposals, and I could cast an eye from as a doctor and a health advisor to give you that information and pass back to the Mayor my advice. I don't want to make a comment on something I know very little about. I can give you the principles, right, which I've tried to share with you, and maybe sometimes people in power have to make difficult choices. But the reason I use the word accessible, because for me, if you're going to have to build in green spaces, which you might have to, you've got to make sure you do it very carefully. And I trust the Mayor that he will do that with the great care and attention.
Well, I'm glad you do, because I don't. But can I say I do? I appreciate your very reasoned response. Thank you so much, and you are more than welcome to. I'll buy you a coffee down in Trent Park. We've got a lovely cafe, and I'm happy to take you round. Thank you, Dr. Coffey.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on the previous question on free school meals. The Liberal Democrats are incredibly pleased that there is an extension to free school meals, particularly those in poverty. This is a victory for our party as well as other campaigners, but we do hope that the Mayor will look into auto-enrolling all eligible pupils.
I'm going to ask Jazz to answer that because it's her expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's something that we've been really focused on. I think you're right. I think the kind of auto-enrolment has been a significant step forward, and I think turbocharged by the work that the Universal Free School Meals work has achieved. Auto-enrolment was already an idea that was already dotted about and being...
Well, will the Mayor support it? That's my question.
He has done. So he is supporting
and push the government
rollout
to do this.
Through
This is the bit that
London's...
we're still not clear on, isn't it? So we need to make sure the government does it too.
So through London's rollout of universal free school meals is absolutely something that we've supported, and working with boroughs to look at those kind of how can we share learning across boroughs about auto-enrolment. It's something that we can happily share with government and we have already shared that with other parts of the country who are looking at the model that we've been rolling out here in London. So yes, we are sharing it with anybody
well,
who
you
will
can be
listen.
rest assured we'll be pushing the government on this as well, so thank you. We have Age UK in the audience today, and you were saying previously to my colleague here that you'll be shining a light on social care, but will you be shining a light also in social care for older Londoners? Now, last year the Labour government scrap reforms, which would have put an £86,000 cap on individuals' lifetime contributions to care. 80% of 65-year-olds will need social care at some point. Yeah, it's a lottery for how much they'll be need to pay. And when London is a young city, but we expect 1.6 million to be over 60 by 2040, will you be shining a light on older Londoners as well when it comes to social care to make sure they get a fair deal?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and I really appreciate you raising it. Age UK is an organisation which I, as a GP, work with every single week, and are just fantastic. And I think, we're all getting, towards the age of our pension and old age, and recognise that social care becomes vital in that sphere. So yes, Sadiq will continue to do that, and especially using his SK6 tests will make sure all reorganisations of the NHS in London will be assessed according to their impact, adverse or positive, on social care. Thank you.
I did want to ask a very quick question about the launch of the London Anti-Racism Practice Hub. Has that started?
Yes, it has. Yeah, so LARCH has been launched, the London Anti-Racism Collaboration for Health. And it's a collaboration with our health and care partners, but also the VCSE and, most importantly, Londoners themselves. And I think that's been a real kind of step forward. We're looking at now where the first kind of one of the key tools that LARCH has identified is a tool called REMI. So it's the race equity. Metric, it's an index, basically, looking at a measure of race equity. Sorry, the complete direct phrases come from my mind. But certainly looking at where we would want to apply that tool in a systematic way across a particular area of services. Particularly interested in looking at where across the NHS we could really support them in taking forward that tool in a really meaningful way.
The Lib Dems are now out of time, and maybe you'll follow up it outside the meeting. There was a lot of lenience there, OK, can we move then to Assembly Member Cooper?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm very pleased to see everyone here this morning. And in your introductory remarks, I don't think I can call you Dr. Coffey. I'm going to have to call you Tom. You were talking about mental health. You were talking about cardiac health, and you were talking about child health, and we've just been touching on the health of older people as well. And one of the innovative, and it's been looked at globally, things that the Mayor did was to introduce the ultra-low emission zone. Now, I'm not a scientist, and I'm certainly not a medic, but my understanding is that it's both the small particles as well as the dirty gases getting into people's lungs and from there into the bloodstream, into many organs in the body, the brain, the heart, other organs, and this has a really detrimental impact in terms of causing cancers, but also has an impact on people's cardiovascular health as well, and it's particularly pronounced in children and in older people. So what impact would you say that the introduction of the ultra-low emission zone has had? Because we've seen massive reductions in both the particles and the gases, much to the annoyance, I'm sure, of some of my colleagues over there who weren't very keen on it being expanded.
I mean, I have to say that
Microphone.
This was a policy which was debated fiercely, and as we've seen it roll out in gradual phases, it does seem to have had impressive impact. I can remember reading the stats, and as ever with inequalities, it would seem that the poorest Londoners were living in the area with the poorest air quality. So if you want to talk about a policy which really addresses health inequalities, this is one of your top 5. And what we've seen over the years, both for the inner London area and the outer, is just that gradual reduction in the 2 key particles, which are nitrous oxide gases and the PM 2.5s. These are the particles which have that adverse effect. So that reduction over time has been very impressive. And also just seeing how many vehicles now travel into London which are compliant, and it's up to 97%. Some of the areas that we're seeing the research into the impact, one of the ones which I have come much more aware of is dementia. So many cases of dementia are not preventable. And also, we have got very little knowledge of what causes dementia. One of the big areas is deafness, but probably the second biggest area is poor air quality. You can't just close your door. We live in London, surrounded by the air that we breathe. And studies in Canada looked at the link between how close you live to an urban highway and poor air quality and the levels of dementia. And now we know that if you can address poor air quality, you're addressing one of the few preventable causes we know of dementia. Alex Wilson earlier raised this very important issue, and the impact on the person, but also the impact on their family, is enormous. So if introducing ULEZ can reduce the incidence of dementia in Londoners, who cannot be grateful for that?
Thank you very much. I think that's a really important answer, and obviously there are many causes of dementia, including hereditary factors, but I think if there's anything that we can do to lessen dementia amongst the population in London, then we should be doing it. The other Alex Georgiou was asking you about open spaces, and one of the Mayor's other policies has been about planting trees and also maintaining tree canopy. Now, I know that trees do have some impact on air quality, but also in terms of mental health and getting out into those open spaces, it's not just about having open spaces, it's also, I think, about having that biodiversity in those, that nature, that diversity of nature in those spaces. Do you think that really helps people with their mental health and well-being?
Definitely, and I'm sure Alex would also support that as well, because I know he's a great fan of open green spaces. And what I would also
recently he has been, yes.
Yeah, indeed. What I'd also like to add, though, is the cooling effect of trees. When we talk about climate change and adverse weather conditions, we always just talk about, when does London get very cold? When do we struggle to look after vulnerable Londoners when the temperature goes below zero? But also now what we're looking at is what happens when London gets very hot. And I think that's going to become an increasing problem over the next 10 or 20 years. The benefit of trees to address the heating effect in London is quite impressive. So not only does the planting of trees improve mental health and air quality, but it also has, by its canopy effect, and also a cooling effect as well. So it's got multiple benefits, which I would applaud.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garbett.
Morning. Thank you for your responses so far. Finding this really interesting. I want to raise health inequalities of Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities. People from these communities live an average 12 years less than the general population. So, as we've been discussing, a really stark inequality. And groups tell me it's really difficult to monitor the health outcomes, as the NHS directory doesn't define Gypsy, Roma or Traveller in terms of an ethnicity, and the ONS census just asks if health is poor or very poor. The health inequality strategy only mentions GRT people as an example of a marginalised group with poor health outcomes, and the last implementation plan doesn't mention them at all, and neither does this current one. So I just wondered if you could speak to what you're doing for the GRT community, and specifically to address the disaggregation of data about their health and their needs.
Vicky to comment on that, because she's got a degree of expertise in that area. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. So first of all, to acknowledge the need to address the needs of different communities in London, including this community. I personally worked with the community many years ago in terms of a project for children in temporary accommodation and homelessness. So I'm well aware. That was a few years ago now, but I'm well aware of some of the issues. I'm not going to give a trite answer. The health inequality strategy is not. It is a strategic implementation plan. It's looking across. I think what my unit is doing, so the public health unit, in supporting other teams in policy development, is looking at how do we pick up the needs of different communities from a health inequalities perspective in the policy work that's being taken forward, as well as within the partnerships that we work in, how are the needs of particular communities being picked up. So I'm happy to follow up with that with a little bit of further information. One thing I do know most recently, and it's slightly coming to mind, is in terms of the London plan and the work they're doing around fixed sites and the needs for those. which from a public health unit perspective would sit alongside other areas of housing need that we're looking at, but recognising there are particular and specific needs for different communities.
Yeah, I think it would be really good to kind of capture that in some of, in these strategies, because obviously the things we've spoken about in terms of suicide, mental health, experience of the housing crisis is acutely felt for this community. A suggestion from a group that I've met, and it's interesting you talk about policy work in other areas, is around the lack of we know that the environment is a huge factor, and I know you spoke about this earlier, Tom, about how medical professionals only contribute to about kind of 20% of someone's health outcome. So this is about the environmental hazards. So often the sites are under flyways, or within, view of the remains of Grenfell. So this group's raised if you could commit to an inquiry into the current sites and their proximity to significant environmental risks, specifically for this community.
I mean, I can't commit to an inquiry in the role that I'm in, but I'm certainly happy to look into it.
That would be great, because site, obviously we know that site placement is a real issue, and it can be seen as environmental racism that this group is kind of excluded and having to experience these kind of extreme kind of environmental hazards. I want to go on briefly, and I know, Tom, you won't be surprised I want to speak about drugs. So we're very aware of the synthetic opioids in the drug supply since 2023, but usually these synthetic opioids that are obviously can be up to 5 times more toxic and potent and harmful than heroin. We know that these synthetic opioids have been found in the heroin supply but are now creeping into the supply of other drugs, and you will be aware that 2 people died last week. It's thought that they were buying ecstasy, consumed a quarter of the pill, and 2 people died because of the synthetic opioids being found in that drug, which is incredibly distressing and tragic. So I wanted to know how you all share information about drug alerts and about harm reduction information, and maybe Jazz specifically around schools, because I was at the OHID event yesterday, which I was going to say to Kevin that I thought was brilliant, that his team organised a really great event for clinical leads of drug treatment services. But that was a real concern, that these drug alerts just aren't getting out, and especially to young people.
Thank you, Zoe. And it's the impact of nitrazines, which is the new synthetic opioid, which is they are so toxic. And it is increasing in London. And so, as a GP, as an example, and I always test out when people say, we send out alerts. And I think, well, did I get it as a GP? And I did. So therefore, the alert system does work. So it's cascaded. You're often down to the borough. Then the borough sends it out to all the appropriate health professionals. As a GP, I got it in Wandsworth at my practice email address earlier this week. So therefore we are getting those alerts. Whether it's as effective as we'd like it to be, that's another issue. And also OHID, and I'll ask Vicky to talk in a minute, are the lead on this work. And Kevin obviously is on the London Drug Forum, and where we try to get a collaborative approach between ourselves, the police service, the drug and alcohol service, the probation service, etc., to how do we combat drugs in London, because it is a significant issue. And what we don't want to do is get into that American situation whereby opiate deaths are just colossal. In London, we're trying to contain them by having as many checks that are legally possible to do to alert ourselves, the drug users, but also the health professionals.
So just looping back on the alert systems, we've done a lot, as you probably picked up in this event, and for wider Assembly members that are maybe slightly not as involved, intelligence about drug-related harm comes through different agencies, ambulance service, police, can also come up locally, etc. The responsibility around drug and alcohol treatment sits with local authorities, and they play a key role in coordinating around drugs.
I'm just aware of my time, and I was really keen to know how we get those alerts to people, like how we use social media, how we're using. So it's great that GP practices are getting it, but it's how we're actually getting that to people. What we have to, the strategy around that is carefully. So I won't go into, and the GLA Public Health Unit, very involved in this, crafting that messaging carefully, because you're often in a situation where you don't have the complete information. You don't want to give out information that is potentially going to take people down a different path. There is a comms group looking at that in terms of that incident management, and it's something that we are in very, very, very close contact with MOPAC on.
as well as OHID, to make sure we get joined up messaging.
Great, because I know there's some great work from drug treatment services about sharing the availability of naloxone, and just the more we can do as a health system with all of our contacts, the better. Thank you. Sorry, I'm out of time.
OK, moving on. Assembly Member Garrett.
Thanks. Morning. Vicky, in your opening remarks, you talked about tobacco harms. And obviously, currently in Parliament is the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, which ultimately takes us to a kind of zero tobacco society, effectively. Obviously, that's a significant curtailment of people's civil rights. I'm interested, is the kind of public health case for that policy, do you think that counterbalances that? Is it significant enough to justify it?
So I think the evidence around the harm that tobacco causes is unequivocal. The addictive nature of tobacco and nicotine and the various products that are available that have been promoting nicotine addiction is unequivocal. Patterns of tobacco use have also shifted, and some of the marketing approaches to an addictive product have also shifted kind of over time. The addiction is very, very strong and very powerful. It puts a lot of onus on a range of other health and care services to help people with that addiction. And we know that the consequences for health can be really, really devastating. So and the inequalities in terms of who is using tobacco in older cohorts, as I described, is very clear. For those generally in routine and manual occupations, lower income, as well as people with mental health problems. And then we've got, the risk that a cohort of younger people are picking up a nicotine addiction at a very early age, which they're then saddled with trying to cope with potentially for a number of years.
OK, so if the position then is to support getting to a smoke-free society, isn't it a bit contradictory then that the Mayor is proposing a liberalisation on smoking cannabis? It seems we get to a point where we have a ban on smoking tobacco and a liberalisation on smoking cannabis.
I'm going to hand over to Dr. Toffee in a minute. So cannabis, I really welcome the fact that independent review happened and was bringing together health harms and approaches around criminal justice into a conversation. We can take one angle in policy making, but difficult decisions have to be made. So it's seeing that together, put together around, and as we've just had the previous question, in the context of development of synthetic compounds that Londoners are potentially purchasing, not knowing what they are, etc. It's a very, very, very important and current debate for us to have. Within that, you're juxtaposing tobacco and cannabis and harms. I think what I've tried to talk to, there's different ways of using these compounds, etc. But if the actual health harm, if we're driving a strategy around harm reduction, we need to have that debate.
You appreciate it seems contradictory. You're talking about a conversation between professionals, but the message to the public is heading for a tobacco-free society, but more liberalisation on cannabis. That does seem contradictory.
So I want to just make two quick points. First of all, that when I talk to smokers in their 40s and 50s, I've yet to meet one saying, I'm really glad I started. All right? And so when you're trying to stop people smoking, what you're trying to do is make sure you're working with young people, and that's what the bill's doing. The report that was written by Lord Faulkner...
Presumably the 40 or 50-year-old cannabis smokers, do they say they're really glad they started as well?
Very, very few do, right, because of the smoking element. But the point I would like to make is that this isn't a report which Sadiq has said, I accept all the recommendations. Lord Faulkner is an independent person who did the independent report, and the recommendations have come to Sadiq, and we'll be looking at them. So I think to say that he supports the smoking of cannabis, I think is inaccurate. But we will look at that report, take the recommendations. It's an interesting report, but at this present point, I think it would be inaccurate to say that Sadiq has accepted the recommendations at this point.
You'd be pleased to hear then that I didn't say that, but it's not. Well, you said it's an independent report, but it's a piece of work that the Mayor has been pushing for some time. His line of argument on cannabis is pro-liberalisation, and then that sits alongside a plan to effectively eliminate tobacco. And I think that seems clearly a contradictory, mixed message
I suppose
to the public.
Yeah, no, I don't see that saying contradiction necessarily. I think, there are often two quite nuanced positions where there are people who are using cannabis in London, and the impact on their lives and the social justice system, the people who are personal users of cannabis, which they might not be smoking it, by the way, that has got a significant impact. And I think what the report has tried to do is look at the psychoactive potential of certain medication and certain bits of cannabis, its impact on the mental health system, on people's mental health disorders. So it is a very interesting report which has been written, has been presented to the Mayor, and the Mayor will look at it and work out. And I think those very contradictions that you talk about will be the things we'll be trying to consider as we look at the recommendations. Because I think you're right. What we don't want to do is give contradictory messages.
I think the message is obviously contradictory. Thank you, Chair.
OK, let's move on to Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. And I want to ask about transport and its impact on health. So there are, you referenced, so I'm going to ask Vicky and Tom probably to answer this question. So up front, both of you referenced the importance of transport in their health, in good health, and it's positive to hear that. But certainly in the health inequalities strategy, there is some focus on active travel, which is of course really important for physical health. But there's really no recognition of the inherent good that transport has on health, and I'm thinking of terms of isolation, mental health, access to work, civic participation. To me, being able to get about is just inherently good for people's health, and I don't see that in the strategy. I just wonder what your thoughts are on those aspects of transport and health, and whether you think the balance in the strategy is right.
If I start, and thanks for the question, and I would echo with you that the need to make sure communities are connected. If people are isolated, isolation and loneliness has a terrible impact on people's physical and mental health. So, you recognise the benefit of active travel, walking and cycling, but also making sure we've got transport systems. So I'll go from the healthy streets approach first, right, whereby having streets which are designed to be welcoming to people, to make sure you can travel, you can get your bus and your transport system safely in an environment which is conducive, is essential to reduce that loneliness. When I was chatting yesterday about the London Plan, and the message was coming across loud and clear, is if we're going to create new communities, they can only be done in places where it's a transport hub. Because creating any new community with the new building programme will not survive effectively if it isn't connected to the rest of society. And that was the Deputy Mayor for Planning articulating to me to say that, yes, we need GPs and pharmacists in these new hubs, but they've got to be, as a default position, built around transport hubs. Because without that transport link to town centres, to other communities, those communities can wither. So therefore, I think there is a recognition throughout, I believe, the GLA of the importance of transport. I would talk about health and all policies, whereby, and I mentioned that right at the beginning, whereby I haven't put the whole housing and rough sleeping policy into the health inequalities strategy implementation plan, because that's got its own implementation system. But its impact on health is enormous. And I think I would have to say to you, as the transport strategy and the work the Transport Committee are doing with the Deputy Mayor for Transport are vital to make sure that isolation is removed. Because you talk to older people, they often feel prisoners in their own home if they haven't got effective transport.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything, Vicky? It's up to you.
Very, very quickly.
Yeah.
I think the Healthy Streets framework is an amazing foundation.
Yeah.
I think if you think a Transport Authority for London, if you're celebrating 25 years and what difference that makes, there's a lot to celebrate in London about our transport system, which certainly in interactions with other cities globally is recognised in terms of what it's achieved. There's a whole range of issues we're working with directly with Transport for London. They're very open to having these conversations about how they support health impacts, particularly road harm, danger. And I do think, although it might sound trite, active travel, but it is a huge asset for London around health and well-being, and there's more we can do to be promoting active travel.
Yeah, these are questions on a theme, really, because, of course, we've come back to active travel again, and my question really was about the balance. And so I want to specifically, because it's health inequality strategy, ask about public transport provision, and particularly I was looking at some research, and there's lots of research on this, but 2019 research that was carried out for the Department for Transport by the National Centre of Social Research, which specifically highlighted the impact of buses for older people, younger people, disabled people, low-income Londoners. And so it's not. I'm not trying to do down the importance of active travel, but where is the prioritisation for those modes of transport for those who are at the wrong end of health inequalities? So again, I'm sort of just going to ask, do you think that this should be highlighted more, and do you think we've got the balance right there?
I think that there is that two answers, I suppose. Is the dilemma of trying to include everything into a document, which you're trying. Yeah, people say, "Oh, keep it short, Tom," and then everyone says, "Oh, why haven't you put that in it?" I said, "Well, you can't win." But I think the points you make are, very persuasive, and I think what we might have to do is reflect again, and also work with the Deputy Mayor of Transport, Seb Dance, just to say, what are we doing together? How can we do further work on health and all policies, just to make sure that we both highlight what you just said, the benefits, and making sure when people are planning the transport infrastructure, the health benefits are also pointed out by ourselves, by myself, by Kevin, Vicky and Jazz, and we'll do that in response to your question.
Thanks very much. Did you want to come in, Jazz?
Just very quickly, I suppose, just to add what we would love to do is kind of begin to test out the impact of some of those new innovations. So Superloop, for example, is one of those things that, just from a personal perspective, purely from actually just thinking about how Outer London is reconnecting itself up with each other, and that feels like a step forward. And certainly thinking about who it is that's accessing those new innovations, particularly when we think about the Elizabeth line, and certainly we know that certain minority ethnic communities, particularly if you live in the east of London, getting to the west of London, getting to your connecting communities that live disparately across the city, these are often opportunities to really connect up those communities.
Yeah, I'd really like to see some of those impacts looked at more in transport improvements. So thanks very much for your answers. Back to your chair.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to address my first questions to Dr. Coffey, and then I'll come to Dr. Hambeck afterwards. Do you feel that the Mayor has done enough around the promotion of health? We've had lots of conversations this morning about health inequality, because that is our theme, but there's a point where your health is also your own responsibility, and this conversation could be interpreted as the belief that people do not have enough agency to deliver their own health. And I think your best chance at being healthy is you pursuing it yourself. So what work is being done to promote healthy outcomes for people that people can pursue themselves? For instance, the TfL network is full of political messages. Couldn't it be full of health messages?
Thank you for the question. And I suppose it's always a bit of a balance, isn't it? Is that the choices we make affect our lives, and the environment we live in affects our lives. And it's amazingly difficult to make people take different choices. And but it doesn't mean we shouldn't try. But also, so what the Mayor has done, I suppose, is focused on, can I create an infrastructure that makes it easier for people to make the healthy choice? And I'm only going back to the question that Ellie mentioned earlier about active travel, let's say, is how can I make it easier for people to cycle and walk, cycle highways, healthy streets? How do I make it easier for people to eat healthy food? Promotion of water-only schools, universal free school meals. So therefore, we're trying to create an environment that is for people to make the healthy choice. And then when we talk about specific choices per se, let's talk about vaccination as an example. That is a personal choice, right? So the Mayor did not go around vaccinating people, but what he did make sure was he was a strong proponent of vaccination, both for COVID, but also for childhood immunisations, which we know in London, is lower than the rest of the country. So therefore, that's a personal choice parents make for their children and adults make for COVID. When people talk about alcohol, I know around Christmas time, when we are very much supportive of the process to make sure people drink sensibly during the Christmas period. And Sadiq has often made messages jointly with the London Ambulance Service to make sure those personal choices are made in a way which benefits those people. So I think what we're trying to do is both create a healthy infrastructure that promotes a healthy choice and giving messages and nudging people to make the healthy choice on alcohol, on immunisation and other aspects which we know, when people make an unhealthy choice, it produces unhealthy outcomes.
I appreciate the nuance in your answer. You're correct that there is both. One could argue that we've majored too much on one and not the other. To come to Dr. Hambeck, I'm a massive fan of pharmacies because I believe they're medical professionals that are readily available to the public, more so than any other. Do you think the Mayor could do more to help your profession deliver health messages into the community, provide that very easy access to, trained medical professionals?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's great pharmacy heard on this assembly, and I was listening to all the questions, and I was kind of thinking, oh my God, how much this sector, our sector, can contribute to some of the questions that you were asking, from drug education to other things. So. Absolutely, the Mayor can do a lot, because community pharmacists play a great role within areas of deprivation. We've seen 1.6 million people on a daily basis walking through community pharmacy doors, and a lot of the closures that we've currently had of community pharmacists have been in areas of deprivation. So 12% of the closures of pharmacists have been in areas with poverty. So it's a sad thing to see, particularly since our sector can play such a big role in prevention agenda, making sure that people don't end up in hospitals, making sure that the public have the accessibility that they need. And there were talks around social care as well, and we play a massive role in social care. Why? Because a lot of the lonely patients, a lot of the elderly patients that are lonely, the only point of contact that they have is their local community pharmacy, where they can just walk in and speak to their pharmacist. So I think there is a lot that London and Mayor can do, because, for example, in Lewisham, we've seen 4 pharmacies close in the past year, which is worrying. So when a pharmacy closes, patients end up going to GP practices. So that adds more burden on our GPs. So London led the way on vaccination services many years ago, and led to community pharmacies actually being able to provide flu vaccination and then COVID vaccination. It was London that actually allowed pharmacists to do flu vaccination, and they led with it, and it made it a success. So when London starts doing things, the rest of the country also follow when it comes to these things. And so therefore, there is a massive potential for the Mayor on London to see community pharmacies as an integral part of communities and areas of deprivation in particular.
Thank you. I'm over my time, but Vicky, I wonder, could the Mayor develop a strand on how he could use pharmacies to spread the message? Because medical messages can be difficult, but they are professionals who could do additional training if need be, but they could give a clear community-based message. As a plea, could the Mayor do some more work around that?
I'm happy to work with Jazz and Tom on what that might
Thank you. I'm going to write you offline to pick this up.
Assembly Member Harani.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to turn to Vicky again on this one, just on the Mayor's health inequality strategy. So it has a commitment for Londoners to share a city with the best mental health in the world. What actions do we need to make this happen and make it a reality by 2028?
Thank you for the question. So I think, as I outlined at the outset, the significant challenge and opportunity we have in London to both support and promote Londoners' mental health, but also the challenges we're seeing about the number of children and young people that have a probable mental health disorder, and the suggestion that's increased recently, but also for the adult population struggling with their mental health. From a public mental health perspective, I guess it's broad. Physical health, and mental health is half of our health, isn't it? So it's very broad in its scope. I think what the health and equality strategy has been trying to do is to find the areas where the mayor has the levers and adds value, as well as working with our health and care system partners. So mental health is a very big priority for the health and care system, and I know they've been looking at their transformation strategy around mental health. When we're looking at what we can do within the GLA and the levers that the GLA has, and I can bring in Jazz in a minute around some of the programmes that are being developed, particularly for young people, ensuring that they can take advantage of opportunities, but as well as the health and all policies work when we're really trying to embed mental health considerations in other areas of policy. And a very strong example of that would be the work on the rough sleeping plan of action and making sure that we're working between rough sleeping responsibilities at the GLA and London councils with the health and care system to make sure that that's played into that strategy.
Thank you. Jazz?
Thank you. And so in terms of the kind of core health programmes that we're running and the way in which we're working with our partners, the continued work that we have working with our health and care partners to support Thrive London is a key element of how we have kind of a very core infrastructure across our health and care partners to ensure that the prevention side of mental illness is a real priority, and working with a whole range of partners, including community pharmacy, but also that wider sector that people, the public experience day to day. What is it those services can provide and support, and Thrive's very much in that sort of space, and so working with partners really driving that.
So just a question on Thrive. So my understanding is that it works with the boroughs quite closely, but do you have a picture of boroughs that are, let's say, participating and those that are not? And is there anything more that can be done to bring those non-participating boroughs into play?
Yeah, and certainly there's kind of part of Thrive's broader remit is to do that analysis, that assessment, and to work closely with those boroughs that aren't as engaged as they possibly could be. But also I think a lot of their work is also through the voluntary sector operating at a local authority footprint. So working with those sectors really closely as well. So even if the boroughs themselves aren't closely engaged, often the voluntary sector kind of in those areas are very engaged. So there's kind of two opportunities for that engagement there. Moving to the kind of the key areas of kind of, I suppose, kind of programmes that we'll be working on. The bigger focus that Tom talked about earlier in terms of children's mental health and young people's mental health, these are areas children and young people have told us themselves are big concerns for them, and these are areas that, so through we're piloting a programme of taking forward a whole schools approach model for mental health and working with schools, working with a range of schools across 16 boroughs and looking at ways in which we can focus in on what makes a whole school approach really help support young people, and not just to prevent mental illness, but really create a sense of resilience and wellness amongst student groups. We know that when children and young people feel well, they're mentally resilient, they're going to perform better at school, they're going to be better behaved. All of those factors that we kind of demonise about children and young people actually begin to get really tackled through supporting their mental health. So really keen to look at how we do that, but also providing a more sustainable model for schools to become well-being environments. So how do we help schools become those places where they're able to sustain and support children's well-being through their broad practice, not through specific interventions that are targeted at children themselves. There is space for that, and that's obviously what health and care services need to do when children and young people are in need. And then working also with our mentors. So we have a large now kind of capacity of mentors across London, and that's been a real kind of big success through our New Deal for Young People's kind of work that we did in the last administration. Now working with those mentors to upskill them to be able to really identify mental health need in young people and really have tactics and ability to support those young people find their own resilience, find their own strength and their well-being. And this is kind of particularly focused on some of the kind of the early thinking about where mentors work. So some mentors will work in a relatively kind of deep relationship with some of those young people and often be the kind of the key adult in that young person's life. So making sure they've got particular skills and deep-seated learning, all the way through to people that have some mental health first aid training that can really be able to kind of have a much broader impact on supporting the well-being of young people.
Thank you. Thank you, Jo.
Assembly Member Small-Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Vicky. Around 8% of households in London are overcrowded and 1 in 21 children live in temporary accommodation. How does this situation impact health inequalities and what is the Mayor doing to address it?
So thank you for the question. The statistics are very stark and need to be seen within the context of the need for a long-term approach to this, because it's going to take a while to fix. Yeah, given the scale of the issues. I used to work in a homeless families project many years ago, direct experience of that, and yeah, it's a very difficult situation. The Mayor, I think, made a manifesto commitment around an overcrowding task force, which will be set up at some point in time, and I understand that there is I'm trying to get the right term here, a accelerator programme between the GLA and London councils at the moment, looking about prevention of homelessness in the round. So from a public health perspective, not looking at having direct levers around housing or the direct solutions, I think we need to think about what are the long-term solutions, what are these action plans that are being developed in London. I think the first is the rough sleeping plan of action, and there's a number, I understand, coming forward that are agreed with local government that have the responsibility to have the housing duties, etc. But we also need to look at mitigations around some of the more direct health impacts that are occurring at the moment.
May I just add to that? It's obviously there's that commitment to build more homes, because, I've got patients who spent years with a whole family living in one room. And that overcrowding, especially as the children get older, where you get same-sex teenagers sharing a room, is just impossible. And often the parents end up sleeping in the kitchen or in the lounge, and the children end up having the rooms. So the desire to build 880,000 homes over the next 10 years. We've already built 76,000 affordable homes, in the last term, and also the plan, in fact, I think, to build 40,000 new council homes by 2030. So that ambition just to build more homes for London, so those people already on the council waiting list, the housing association waiting lists, or actually presently housed but in inadequate conditions. And also, just one added thing about when you get overcrowding, you get increased damp and increased mould. The effect of mould, particularly on the respiratory health of children and adults, is terrible. And so anything we can do to reduce overcrowding will also have an impact on that directly. And the desire to work in partnership with the government to build all these new homes, to move people from those crowded homes into new affordable homes, is to be lauded.
Absolutely. And in a similar vein, what impact do you think the government's Renters' Rights Bill will have on the negative health impacts that many people private renting in London are experiencing?
If I can start because Vicky's probably more the expert on that, is that London's rents are probably the highest in the country. When I talk to patients, but also my children and their friends are really struggling to get rented accommodation, but also the uncertainty in rented accommodation, whereby sometimes you are putting your children into a school, and all of a sudden the landlord is able to remove you from that accommodation, and the uncertainty is terrible for the whole family. So the new bill that the government is bringing in to give a degree of confidence for renters, to give protection to renters, but also to ensure landlords still have the ability, good landlords still have the ability to run a business and make their appropriate income from the properties, and that balance has to be heard. And I think the new bill allows that balance to be readjusted in favour of the tenant, because for so long that instability has been a blight on particularly families' lives when children are removed from school literally at a drop of a hat, and that can be disastrous.
Yeah, so if I just follow up on that, I mean, there's been London-level action, hasn't there, around housing standards, and I know the Housing Committee's done a lot of work in this area. So particularly the kind of work on rogue landlords, selective licensing schemes, all of those play a big role. I think we've been looking at Arab's Law, an introduction in October 25 around damp and mould. I suppose from a public health perspective, where we want the interventions to be where the need is. If someone happens slightly to be in social, housing rather than a private rented sector, is not going to actually make a material difference to their health and well-being and the impacts of overcrowding and mould. I think the Mayor's made representations around that in terms of private rented sector. The Renters' Rights Bill, I guess key issues from a public health perspective would be the decent home standard and what that looks like as that's reviewed, but also what levers go in alongside that. And then the energy rating requirements for the private rented sector. And in that context, we're very interested in the rollout of Warmer Homes Initiative in London and the work that the GLA is taking forward again with London councils around retrofitting homes and making sure we try to maximise the health impact of that as well as the environmental impact of that going forward.
And the Mayor launched the initial consultation on the New London Plan last month. Given Healthy Places is a key part of the health inequalities strategy, how can we ensure that health inequalities are prioritised in the development of that New London Plan?
So it's encouraging that the new national planning framework includes some strong levers around health and wellbeing. That's very encouraging to see. And that has included adoption of some policy, for example, around hot food takeaways around schools. So I think the national planning policy framework is going to give us a good foundation. We actually had a roundtable yesterday with a number of health stakeholders in the context of to introduce them to the consultation that the London Plan team is having at the moment. It is significant for them on a range of issues, both the commitments it will make when it's rewritten and redrafted following the examination, etc., the commitments it makes within the plan, what it says around support for health and care services and planning as we're going forward, and then opportunities to cement health and all policies type work going forward. That is in the context that we discussed earlier around the need for housing, the need for potentially more dense housing, and application of really good both planning levers and design in that context around what are some quite acute pressures on Londoners' health and health inequalities at the moment. So I think we had good engagement from the health and care system, didn't we? Kind of coming into that. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Tom.
No, I mean, but I think that, the urban landscape is, and that was answer to Lord Bailey's kind of question, is a key determinant of people's lives, how they make choices. So the planning system is pivotal to make sure that we design London for the benefit of Londoners and to keep them healthy. So I think there's a strong link there, and also the Deputy Mayor for Planning really gets that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. In your opening speeches, the three of you quite rightfully mentioned inequality. And actually, Jazz, you mentioned it 27 times. So you'll mean it, which is right and proper. And I think it was Vicky, it was either Vicky or Tom mentioned that the Mayor considers health in all policies and therefore I would imagine actions. Well, there's a whole list of things I could talk to you about here, not least homelessness, which has gone up 50%, and you've mentioned homelessness. But my biggest concern is the lack of funding for the Metropolitan Police. We all know the problems there is in deprived areas. 41% more crime occurs in deprived areas. If we look at the lack of police going into schools, the school police officers, they're being reduced. We are going to see far more problems on our streets because of the lack of police officers. One of the numbers we've been given is 1,700 less police officers on our streets. That will affect those in the most deprived areas even more. So what advice have you given the Mayor to actually put some more money into policing, because this will have an effect on everybody? Anxiety for those that have had their items stolen, those that feel that they're under threat, those that have gangs that live in their communities. It goes on and on and on. What are you saying to the Mayor about the health aspects of a reducing Metropolitan Police Service?
Thank you, Susan, for the question. What I wanted to probably say first is that how commendable police officers are in the way they work with the health service to improve the health of Londoners. So I think before I comment on the funding issue, I think we need to recognise the role the police service plays in helping us look after Londoners, vulnerable Londoners.
Yeah, I think we accept that.
And I just wanted to say that. And also, the police with us are working with the NHS. And this is an area where we talked about resource as well. A couple of years ago, there was a big pilot in Humberside looking at how the police were being used often to be the first port of call for mental health crisis, for social crises. And in fact, at Humberside, they saw by redesigning that system and making sure that health and social care took the lead in those areas, that freed up so much police time to go around doing the essential work of police. So Mark Rowley brought that in London. They started in about October 23, and that has had the most amazing impact on the NHS working with the police to increase police hours available to sort out crimes.
I'm on the clock, so if you could just answer the question that I've asked.
And so, therefore, I'm not able to give you a clear answer about, what is the Mayor doing regarding the MOPAC and the policing budget. But all I can answer you is that he has already taken part in a number of initiatives with the health service to free up police time, to make sure the resource that you want on the street, he is working in my field in the health service to make sure those police officers are free to fight crime, which is what they should be doing. And the work in the right person, right place initiative, which he did.
I hear all of that, but my actual question to you is, are you pointing out to him the damage this is going to cause, especially in deprived areas?
I spend my whole time working with Sadiq of how we can address health inequalities. There are a number of financial challenges throughout London on a number of areas which are often, unfortunately, an inheritance that we've got from the previous system, which we are now trying to address.
No, I'm on the clock. So,
sorry,
do you accept that a reduction on police officers is actually going to cause far more problems in deprived areas than anywhere else?
I think myself and Sadiq would both agree that we want the number of police officers required to deliver a crime and justice system for London. I can't comment, Susan, on the exact issue regarding budgets. I'm not aware of those issues. All I know is when I speak with Sadiq, he works with me to ensure the maximum number of hours of police aren't spent in the health system where they needn't be.
OK, that isn't answering my question, but I'm out of time. Thank you, Chairman.
And I have to... So sorry, I've delayed going for a while, so I've got to go. My apologies. But thank you for you leaving me go. Thank you.
OK. The next... sorry, Tom, do you want to just...
My question was to Tom Coffey.
Right. Can you take this very quick one? So this is Assembly Member Boff. You can't see him, but you can hear him because he's behind you. Right?
Behind you.
So, Andrew, go...
They said that of me before, curiously. Anyway, you said, Mr. Coffey, that you want the Mayor to focus on what he can do and what is in his power to do. You earlier said also that if public health campaigns such as those addressing HIV stigma, suicide awareness, mental health campaigns and healthy eating campaigns, if they could find the money, that they could buy some space on the TfL estate. Who runs TfL, Mr. Coffey? Dr. Coffey?
TfL is owned by the public. By the public.
So who runs TfL?
TfL is run by the London government system.
And who's in charge of that, Mr. Dr. Coffey?
Yes, I'm a Mayor of London.
We got there. So the Mayor of London is expecting these public health campaigns which could address, for example, the stigma on HIV that Vicky Hobart referred to earlier. He could allow those organisations to advertise on the tube. Is that correct?
Now, what I have to say is I'm not intricately involved in the mechanisms for the placing of adverts on the tube system. So,
have you had a conversation? We're all on limited time.
Yeah.
Have you had a conversation with the mayor about placing public health messages on the tube?
I had the conversation I had with Sadiq was about during the COVID time and also the HIV campaign we did.
Yes, so, and the HIV campaign. So why aren't those messages about HIV on the tube?
No. So the HIV message I'm talking about is when the local authorities clubbed together to advertise the HIV testing system.
They paid.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
I understand they did, yes.
You can get on the tube. Is that correct?
So I missed that question, sorry.
If you pay the rates that TfL are asking, you could advertise public health messages on the tube. So you're asking them to find the money and then we can give the messages over. Is that correct?
My understanding now, and I'm not an expert in this,
Clearly. What I want to hear from you is whether or not you will go to the mayor and say you have the power as chair of TfL to instruct TfL to allow public health messages to be put on the tube. Will you go to him and ask him to do that? Will you do that?
So what I will do, what I promise is I will raise with the mayor the issue about how we, as ever, balance competing priorities about ensuring we've got...
Which priorities are you talking about? Advertisements for, I don't know, trainers or or whatever it is that you see on the tube, those public health messages that tell us how wonderful TfL is? Balance that against the health of Londoners.
No, so what I will do is discuss with the mayor how, first of all, how the advertising system works, and secondly, how we can maximise the opportunities for the public health system to get those messages across using the TfL estate with London. I will commit to having that discussion, and I will feed that back to you once I've had that conversation.
Well, it's great. The discussions are great. The mayor has the power. He could do this tomorrow. He could do this tomorrow if he chose. He has the power. I'm not asking him to do something which he doesn't have the power to do.
I will promise to have the conversation as you request. I do understand the Health Committee, I think looking at Emma here, might have written recently about this issue, so I'll try to combine my discussion with the response to the letter that Emma and her team have written. Thank you.
And finally, you can go now, but to Ms. Hobart, you talked about the importance of public health, and Dr. Coffey talked about accessible play space. Will you read and report back to us on the Health Committee's planning report regarding tall buildings?
Yes, I'm not sure if people in my team may have already done that, but yes.
Yes, because there it clearly points towards the fact that tall buildings are not a healthy place for young people to be brought up in, and I want to see that reflected in the mayor's policies. Thank you.
Off. Okay, so now Assembly Member Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to you, Vicky. The government is investing $22 billion in the NHS over the next 2 years and has already made significant progress on waiting lists. Do you anticipate this investment to improve health inequalities in London?
I'm not aware of the detail on the investment from a London perspective. I might bring Jazz in on that in a minute.
It's for everybody.
Colleague. What I would say is the 3 shifts that have been signalled, so we're expecting a 10-year health plan very soon, and the 3 shifts that have been signalled are significant and important in terms of both public health outcomes and potentially health inequalities, depending on how that's rolled out. So shifting from analogue to digital, moving from treatment in hospital to care in the community. My colleague may want to come in a minute, but then particularly the focus on from treatment to prevention. And I'll go back to it again. You're celebrating 25 years. The idea of a conversation like this when the GLA was set up with the level of understanding of what it is that's building health, and the role of the health and care system is miles away from where we were when the GLA was established as a regional strategic authority. So absolutely the health and care system, and I think we've discussed some of the issues around this today, but the building blocks of health have to happen in parallel. Yeah, so we're quite a way off the work around a sort of fully engaged scenario in health that's been done previously, and there's been various attempts to really bring forward how do you shift the system to a prevention approach. I think the GLA's got a lot to share in that regard, and certainly other parts of the country are also looking at some of the action that's been taken in London in that regard. But Jazz, do you want to say a little bit more about the investment?
Leila, you look anxious to come in here.
Yeah, I just want to say that currently 68% of the budget is going to hospital acute care. So there is a massive opportunity here to bring some of that funding to community and empower community pharmacists and GPs and others to be able to play a bigger role in the prevention agenda. So definitely, at the moment there's a lot of talks, but we need to see the government having those action points realised, definitely.
Thank you for that. And one of those action points is the new hospitals programme, which is now on firm footing, and the government has agreed long-term funding. 7 hospitals on the programme are in London, and construction on Oriel Eye Hospital in Camden has already begun. How does the investment in these hospitals improve health services and outcomes for local communities? I think that's for you again, Vicky.
Shall I take that question? It's an
Yes,
area of policy that I cover.
Yep.
And so the kind of the work of the health and care system in their improvements, a key element of it is about tackling inequalities. And so those 3 shifts that Vicky mentioned that will be explored further in their 10-year plan when they publish it later in, and we hope in the summer, will have it will set out what their wider whole system approach changes will be around those 3 shifts, and those 3 shifts include at their heart how you tackle inequalities as through shifting from treatment to prevention, from analogue to digital, and from hospital to communities. And all of those elements are going to be about tackling inequalities. And not just in health, but also there's a wider effect. So the NHS is a significant anchor institution. They're a big employer, a big procurer. They have a big carbon impact and footprint. Those factors also play in, and how they are going to tackle some of those issues. So certainly in London, the NHS in London is a core partner in this work around as an anchor institution, and they take some of those aspects of work very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. Vicky, I'd like to ask my first question to you. So a year ago, in my first Mayor's Question Time, my first question to him was around the stark health inequalities that we've got within our boroughs and across London. I'd use the example of 2 children being born at Hillingdon Hospital, going back to different locations within the borough, and through no choice or fault of their own, would have about 6 years' worth of difference in terms of their life expectancy. And we know that stark health inequality is replicated to a greater or lesser extent across every single borough and across London. Now, the Mayor pledged soon after his election that he wanted to make London the greatest city in the world to grow up in. Could you outline some of the tangible improvements that we've seen over the past year which have delivered on that objective?
Again, approaching this from a public health perspective, I'm going to dry up now. I don't know why. So the challenge you've outlined is significant. We've seen areas of great progress around some of the key determinants of health, changing environments, shifting air quality, and I would agree that the actual reduction in admissions and what that has actually meant on the ground is a really significant achievement. That's something that I've been working on kind of for many, many years, and recognising how long that has taken to get to that point. I think we are a lot more mature as a health and care system in understanding the roles that different partners play in prevention, and that is a very important feature. So we're talking about an implementation today for the Mayor and the GLA group and the bits that were within its gift. I would say the maturity about the roles and how the different parts of the system pull together to shift outcomes is very significant in London and something that we should celebrate.
Thank you. Now, there's obviously 3 years left of this tenure. What tangible actions and improvements you expect to see as part of the current plan in order to close those unacceptable health inequalities?
I'm going to bring Jazz in as well around some of the kind of programme priorities. So I think the Mayor's been very clear what the programmatic priorities are. I think, and this isn't ducking the question about what's the single biggest thing, but there is something about being able to approach this very strategically and systematically, which doesn't take away from key time-limited initiatives. But if you think about something like air quality and how long it takes to get to a point to make a big difference, and I think we've touched on that on housing today, it is not a quick fix. It is not like tomorrow there are the homes. Tomorrow there we've sorted out the damp and mould. So my overall reflection is the systematic nature of it. I think the other thing is the learning from COVID, from a public health perspective again, the learning from COVID about the need for resilience with the threats that we are facing, so we're well prepared for that. Some of those might be public health threats to health directly, but some of them are more systemic than that. So the way in which London works in partnership across sectors is absolutely key. And ultimately, Londoners' resilience is very intrinsically linked to their health. So unless we tackle health inequalities, we are not getting the city in a position that it will be resilient to whatever may face us in the future. So I'm not ducking the question about what's the big thing. Things take time. It's a systematic approach. Yeah. And the bit personally I'm keen to do is the bit that's hard at a regional level that I enjoyed at the local level is being close to communities and voices. And I don't mean this in a trite way, but as Assembly members, I think working with your committees to understand what's bubbling up sort of at the local level is important intelligence for us in shaping sort of public health strategy, I would say, going forward.
Thank you. In terms of the kind of delivery more specifically, particularly in relation to children and young people, is that the kind of core of your question? So I think the kind of the key things there are really around building on where we've been so far, and I think the kind of work that we has been kind of delivered over the last few years, particularly in relation to childhood obesity. So programmes like super zones and so on, those have been really successful. So 90 schools across 28 boroughs have delivered a super zone programme, and that work is now continuing. Boroughs themselves are now collectively continuing that work and taking forward the learning. So that's an example. And then continuing with some of those other programmes of work around healthy schools. 4,500 schools in early years settings are taking part in that scheme. That scheme offers those environments advice, support, but also gives them the tools with which they can demonstrate their effectiveness and their impact, helping them, for example, demonstrate how they're delivering towards their Ofsted ratings. That sort of support, how we can have schools back, remains really important. Work that we also continuing, for example, around free school meals, that's kind of a key area of work. Moving into our kind of third year, we're preparing now for the third year of delivery, building in and kind of putting in more kind of frameworks around some of the kind of extra things that we really want to be driving forward there. And then a whole kind of range of programmes that are about creating positive opportunities for children and young people, particularly thinking around Holiday Hope, really giving access to sport and physical activity opportunities, and really thinking about skills trailblazers, really helping children and young people, particularly those not in education, employment or training, ensuring they've got access to the kinds of opportunities and skills development they need.
Thank you so much, Jazz, for listing those out, and clearly, huge victories over air quality, free school meals, and so on. One of the things that I'm really, really proud of is that last year, Sadiq opened alongside Gordon Brown and others with the Felix Project, London's first multi-bank in my constituency in Greenford. Could you just quickly tell us what changes we've seen, as results we've seen as part of that, and what difference that's going to make?
So the multi-bank programme, yeah, I agree, it's astounding, and I think kind of really a bit of a unicorn in that sense. And there's huge amounts of learning that we know lots of other places are looking at. I think the key aspects has been around looking at the way in which communities are accessing those services. So I think there's kind of really mobilising the ways in which there's a bigger cohort of the voluntary sector in particular, and them playing a much bigger part. But also the coordination element has been really core. So I think the kind of bringing together of some of the key elements around access to services. So you go to your multi-bank, and from there you can get information, plus also some level of referral to support the services that will enable you to improve your outcomes.
Thank you so much, and I know how important that advice and advocacy work is. Thank you.
Turrell is going to complete the impossible feat, but let's give him a go.
Thank you, Chair. This is to Dr. Hambeck. Community pharmacy is obviously incredibly important for delivering better care, yet we hear about having support reduced, increased costs with national insurance, increased travel costs and so forth. What does the pharmacy sector need to be better supported?
You've got 30 seconds.
The sector is severely underfunded at the moment, and as I said, several pharmacies in London have been closing, particularly in areas of deprivation. So the first thing we need to do is address that funding gap, and also recognise our community pharmacies as part of the prevention agenda, and also keeping people living longer in their homes. And that is the key thing. I know that your time is gone up, but I can give you a whole list of stuff that are the possibilities.
Feel free
for
to write to me with the other bits.
Of course.
Thank you very much. Well done. OK, let's move on to our last question of this session. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, panel. My question is to you, Ms. Hubbard. It's about childhood vaccination programs. So I understand London is the worst performing region in England for the take-up of childhood vaccinations. We've seen before how vital vaccines can be, both during the pandemic and with the outbreaks of diseases like polio, which we previously thought of as a thing of the past. What specific factors are driving this markedly low take-up in London?
So thank you for the question, a very important one for London in terms of our resilience, etc. Factors are varied. We are concerned always about access and how that varies across different communities, and local authorities, local NHS do a lot of work around making that access to appointments for childhood vaccination easy. We're concerned about misinformation, and one of the issues I think where the Mayor has played a really key role is around amplification of key messages from partners around both vaccine safety and accessibility. We've also been able to do a little bit of work through Healthy Schools and Healthy Early Years programme to promote messaging around vaccination through those routes.
So do you want to come?
Yeah, and that's one area that we could really help you in terms of like with the childhood vaccinations, but generally the uptake of vaccinations because of the accessibility that community pharmacies offer. And as I said, many pharmacies are part of, within the communities in deprived areas, and we could help with the messaging, with the education, but also making sure that the vaccination uptake goes up. So very much in a place to help you with that as well, if we're invested in.
Thank you. You actually answered one of my two supplementaries. So I've got one more question again to you, Ms. Hubbard. I'm concerned that harmful online misinformation is partly responsible for rising vaccine hesitancy. How can we address this, particularly amongst those sections of London's communities that we want to get the message of vaccination out to?
So, Public Health Unit, we work very closely with the UK Health Security Agency, that is the agency that holds the responsibility around vaccination policy and approaches. And they do a lot through their information campaigns, through the intelligence they collect through services, through data to understand that. So there is a national element to this, which is the UK Health Security Agency. I think from a London perspective, there's strategic work, amplification of that messaging. In terms of working with local communities, that's predominantly a local authority role. We work with the Association of Directors of Public Health, and as I referenced, Healthy Early Years and the Healthy Schools programme is a good way to connect that intelligence from the councils. What are they seeing on the ground? What are the issues? What's the misinformation? And then at the regional level, through those programmes, we were able to amplify that message. And I was at a meeting yesterday where we had a lot of NHS and AXA colleagues were very grateful for that ability to cement it through those two programmes as some core messages that we are clear that schools and early years settings can access in London, which often fall out with the health and care system. So we're reaching families and children in a different way through those settings.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive answer. Thank you, Chair.
So we've now reached the end of this session. So can I really thank all our guests here today in the way that you've answered our questions. When you come to reflect maybe there and there's something else that you want to tell us, then please follow up, and particularly Layla, there's probably a whole lot more that you want to tell us about. So send us a briefing note and we can circulate it to all Assembly members to share that information. So you're welcome to leave the chamber now. We've got a little bit more business to do. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Okay, in order to extend our meeting, we need to do the formal bit. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Orders 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Now I'm going to move to propose an adjournment. I would like to propose an adjournment of the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and return at 1:45 before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Are the Assembly members in agreement? Thank you very much. Agree.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
welcome members and guests, those watching on the webcast. Back to the second part of our meeting, and we begin with item 5, petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Moena to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. This petition has 97 signatories, and the contact person, Henrietta Walker, is a constituent of mine. It's part of the Rectory Road M16 group. And the prayer is that we call on the Mayor of London to stand up for the residents of Rectory Road, Stoke Newington, to ask TfL to improve our road by planting trees, providing new safe pavements, introducing controlled parking and a continuous bus lane to reduce speeding traffic, improve our shocking air and noise pollution, and make our road healthier and less hostile.
Thank you. Can I then ask Assembly Member Turrell to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. This petition has 858 signatures. The lead petitioner is Councillor Josh Coldspring-White. And the prayer on the petition is, we, the undersigned, call on the Mayor of London as Chair of Transport for London to restore the 138 bus timetable to the previous one bus per every 20 minutes instead of the new timetable of one every half an hour. The 138 bus is a popular and well-used service. Many school children use the bus to get to school, but the new frequency means that this bus either gets pupils to school either too late or too early. The bus timetable should adequately reflect the travel demand of passengers, which this new one simply does not. The loss of service through the day will have a huge impact on elderly people, making it more difficult to get to Hayes and to Bromley. The lack of consultation from Transport for London has meant that the local bus users were not able to voice these concerns about the impact prior to the service changes. This change contradicts the pledge to improve bus services in Greater London following the expansion of the ultra-low emission zone. So we call on the Mayor of London to reverse this change and reinstate the 138 to every 20 minutes.
Okay, so as we come to endorse these petitions, and I formally ask the Assembly, I'm going to ask Rebecca, the clerk, just to give us a bit of an outline of this process.
Thank you, Chair. As Assembly Member Moema is moving this for a file, can I just ask for a member to endorse it on her behalf? Assembly Member Desai, thank you very much. And off we go to the decision.
Okay,
Chair.
so we now move to the formal part about petitions. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor for the response?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's move on to petitions updates, item 6. Can we note the responses received to petitions presented on the 5th of September, the 7th of November, the 5th of December 2024, and then the 13th of February 2025 of London Assembly plenary meetings? Thank you. I'm now moving to motions. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt, but as we move to motions, there's a motion 3.8 which has been submitted in my name, which is about trees in London, and it's come to my attention that the work of the Environment Committee around trees and an output coming fairly soon it is going to almost cut across each other, if you like. So I would like to withdraw that motion and the work of the committee proceed without us cutting across it in that way. Thank you, Chair.
Trees are crowd.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that notification. If I can continue now, in accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limit for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or an amendment may speak up to 3 minutes. The seconder of the motion or amendment may speak up to 2 minutes. Any other speeches may last up to 2 minutes. We then move on. We have a motion in the name of Assembly Member Small Edwards. You're to move.
Thank you, Chair. Duchenne muscular dystrophy is a severe, life-limiting condition that affects around 2,500 people in the UK, almost all of them boys. There is currently no cure for DMD. On average, boys with Duchenne lose the ability to walk by the age of 12, require a ventilator by 20, and sadly, many sufferers do not survive beyond 30. Givinostat, which was recently approved by the MHRA, has been shown to slow the progression of the disease and is the biggest leap forward in DMD medical care so far. It is not a cure, but it offers the potential to preserve mobility and thus quality of life. Access to Givinostat is currently available through the Early Access Programme. It is a scheme offered by the manufacturer to provide the drug free of charge to the NHS until NICE concludes its appraisal. Patients who are over the age of 6 and are still able to walk are eligible for the EAP. This includes around 150 boys here in London. But despite the programme being open since the end of 2024, as of last week, not a single boy had received the treatment. And this really matters. Time is muscle, and those with DMD who are eligible can't afford to wait any longer. Muscle loss caused by Duchenne is irreversible. Delays in access means that some children will lose function, and with it eligibility for the programme, while waiting for the treatment to begin. I'm really encouraged that in recent weeks, Great Ormond Street Hospital and Evelina Children's Hospital have joined the EAP. We need to make sure that patients are receiving this treatment as soon as possible. I would like to thank Duchenne UK, a patient-led charity and based in my constituency, for their tireless work to improve outcomes for those suffering with DMD. Ultimately, patients want access, doctors want to take part in the EAP. There are monitoring requirements for it, which clinics say they need more resources from their trusts. So I'm calling on the Assembly to support this campaign and for the Mayor to do what he can to lobby the NHS to unlock the barriers to treating patients.
Thank you for that. I should have pointed out this has been slightly altered in the version that you've got before us. It's highlighted in red on in the paper. I'm now calling on Assembly Member Bakari to second. Sorry, apologies. It's Irani. Sorry, something was wrong with me.
Thank you, Chair. As Assemblymember Small Edwards has said, DMD is a progressive and rare life-limiting long-term condition for which there is no cure, and its most severe and common form is muscular dystrophy, affecting 2,500 people across the country. And I used to work for a charity supporting people with another progressive neurological long-term condition, multiple sclerosis, and one of our key campaigns for that charity was around early access to treatment, because we've had some fantastic medical advancements, which means that if we can get treatment to people quicker and earlier, it can help slow down that progression and make people's lives better. And Givinostat has been proven to slow down disease progression in clinical trials and is the biggest leap forward in DMD medical care so far. It's been approved by the MHRA, as Assemblymember Small Edwards says, and it offers patients and families hope. I know the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has recently met with Duchenne UK to see how he can help improve access to the scheme as well. And we want to make sure that those 150 potentially eligible patients in London aren't left behind. And that's why I'll be supporting this motion and proud to second it to support Duchenne UK's campaign for the NHS to remove the barriers to Londoners in accessing treatment under the programme. Thank you.
Okay, it's now open to debate. There's none. Do you wish to address us again in terms of closing the debate?
No, I think I've said it all.
Okay, so I put that to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 3.2, biodiversity, net gains and new developments. Again, this is an alteration, I presume, after discussions with political groups. Who's to move?
Assemblymember Cooper.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very proud that London has led the way on biodiversity net gain. In 2017, as many of you know, I produced a Housing Committee rapporteurship report which was called At Home with Nature.
And my report recommended that the Mayor should include both biodiversity net gain in new developments and also a Malmo-like green space factor in the then upcoming London plan. The Mayor listened, he championed those policies, and they became policies G5 on the urban greening factor, the London greening factor, and policy G6 on biodiversity net gain. And they've both been included in the London plan since 2021. At the beginning of last year, in early 2024, biodiversity net gain was included in the National Planning Policy Framework. So London led and the rest of the country followed, and I think that was a great step forward to demonstrate that nature and development can go hand in hand. But it's not just a policy milestone, it's a blueprint for how a global city, a megacity like London, can take practical, measurable steps to address the interlinked climate and housing emergencies. London is home to around 8 million people, but it's also home to 8.3 million trees, 13,000 species of wildlife, 1,500 flowering plants, and 300 different species of birds. However, that biodiversity is under threat. Across the UK as a whole, we've seen a shocking decline in species, habitats lost, and ecosystems fragmented by poor planning and short-term thinking. The climate crisis is accelerating this, bringing hotter, drier summers, which are not good for people, as we were talking about this morning. It also increases flooding, and extreme weather events are testing the resilience of people, but also the planet and also flora and fauna. London's trees, open spaces and habitats offer vital respite from rising temperatures and extreme weather. Thriving and diverse green spaces improve our air quality, protect our river health, and offer calm spaces for Londoners to enjoy, improving both mental and physical health. And I'm sure, like me, you will have met many children in your constituencies who've really enjoyed being out in nature. That's why biodiversity net gain matters so much. It's a clear, enforceable standard within planning. Many developers have been adopting it and doing it already, but they need certainty and clear direction and support to ensure new developments enhance access to nature. Only through this collective action, and this has to sit alongside the London greening factor, can we really protect biodiversity and ensure all Londoners benefit from the environmental, social and health benefits that we need whilst we address the housing crisis. Thank you.
Can I call on Assembly Member Small-Edwards to second?
I second and reserve my right to speak.
OK. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much. We have a housing crisis, and we know we have a housing crisis where it's about affordability and it's about accessibility. We also have a nature crisis. We are one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, as we've just been hearing. We know there's no environmental justice without racial, social and economic justice, so we can talk about human rights, and they're incredibly important. We also need to talk about nature's rights as well, because if nature doesn't have rights and we have ecological collapse and biodiversity loss, then we lose everything. We require nature to survive. This is how important this is. Now, biodiversity net gain was meant to be set at least 10%, and we know some boroughs wanted to go higher than that. But we also know that the net gain, biodiversity net gain, actually needs to be meaningful, and it actually needs to support nature. I do have, and the Green Party has, grave concerns about the credit system, for instance, where nature can be destroyed in London and bought for credits elsewhere in the country, and this is the same wherever you live. Ultimately, needs to be about protecting habitat, protecting species, and all of these things can and must be done at the same time as we tackle the housing crisis. I'm pleased to see the amendment of the alteration around the Greenbelt. It's really important we protect the Greenbelt. We know that's partly to prevent urban sprawl, and that's exactly what we need to stop happening. And we also know we can build. We can build on brownfield sites that need to be remediated properly, and this is all done and shouldn't be out of the wit of any politician to be able to do, to protect everything when you're looking ultimately to protect people and nature rather than profit. So absolutely support this motion, and thank you for bringing it. Thank you.
Any other contributions? OK. Do you wish to sum up?
I don't think I need to sum up.
OK. Can I put it to you? Those in favour of the motion, please show.
Is that unanimous, Chair? Chair. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to motion 3.4, nighttime economy.
Motion 3.3, Chair.
Oh, 3.3.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Sorry, that's the amendment pack rather than... So
Yeah.
there you go, it's that bit.
Okay, 3.3. And again, we have some alterations on...
3.4.
Sorry.
So it's just this one.
Oh, just this
Assembly
one.
Member Georgiou.
Oh, Assembly Member Georgiou. Sorry, this is when you're juggling different bits of paper. Assembly Member Georgiou to move.
Thank you, Chair. I love the way you say my surname, by the way. Yes.
You're going to have to...
Oh, dear. No, I'm joking. We all, I hope, today will agree to protect London's green belt, not just from the government, but given the recent comments and lack of commitment from the Mayor, also from him. Let's remind ourselves about what Sadiq Khan said recently. Over the last 9 years, Sadiq Khan has repeatedly described the Greenbelt as the green lungs of the capital and has said it is as important today as it has always been. Let's remind ourselves also not too long ago when I was fresh baby to this Assembly, we unanimously agreed on a motion to protect the Greenbelt. Now, the reason for this motion is obvious concern from our group about the current London plan. The one that's upcoming. The current London plan has always been very good. The Mayor has generally been consistent on the Greenbelt until now he's changed his tune to suit his new political masters in Westminster. Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, is going back on his word to Londoners. Yes, as that side always reminds us, he won a very good victory at the last mayoral election on a manifesto that promised more environmentalism and to protect our Greenbelt, parks and green spaces, which he's now rowing back on. Some of you may know about this park, Trent Park. Trent Park, the Mayor of London has proposed to build 10,000 flats on a country park which is well loved by Londoners both in the London Borough of Enfield, Barnet, Haringey and in Hertfordshire. Now, as we know, the Mayor of London has not only proposed to build on this park, he's now not guaranteeing not to build on any of our parks across London, which is a disgrace. I wish this man had the bottle to stand up to the government. He clearly doesn't. But I am sure this Assembly, all Assembly members, even the Labour ones, have somewhat of a backbone to stand up for their parks, Greenbelt and green spaces in London. I am sure they will do exactly that by voting for this motion. Now, the Mayor likes to obfuscate by talking about brownfield land. We are not talking about brownfield land or grey belt. That is an entirely separate situation, and we all know that. So I live in hope, Mr Chairman, that all of us as colleagues will come together, third motion in a row, and vote unanimously to protect our green belt. And I hope, I fear if there are some that don't, then their electorates are reminded of that at the next GLA elections and they're turfed out of office. Thank you very much, Mr Chairman.
Okay, can I call on Assembly Member Turrell to second?
I so second and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, now we're open to members of debate. I've got Assembly Member Bakari, finally.
Thank you very much. Now, we understand why the Conservatives have brought this forward. The lack of detail in the Mayor's proposal actually makes us all quite nervous. The Liberal Democrats have always championed the protection of greenbelt land, and we will continue to do so. We also take seriously the protection of metropolitan open land, and the Mayor's decision last year to approve the redevelopment of Wimbledon Park site, in spite of long-standing covenants as well as its heritage and environmental value, further increases our concerns about his latest plans for the Greenbelt. However, we can't be supporting a blanket condemnation at this stage, because we recognise that not all Greenbelt is the same. There's a world of difference, for example, between our cherished parks and neglected, unused or inaccessible pockets of land, which can also be termed Greenbelt. So if some of these areas could support genuine affordable housing, and if the proposals come with strong environmental safeguards, transparency and community input, then it's right that Londoners have a chance to consider the evidence. The Liberal Democrats will insist on rigorous assessments, real affordability, proper consultation, and we will continue to hold the Mayor to account for his abysmal track record on affordable housing. But we won't reject any potential solutions to London's housing crisis before we've seen further detail. And that is why we will be abstaining from the motion today.
Assembly Member Garbett.
We need more affordable homes and we need the green belt, and we can have both. What we're facing is an affordability emergency, and building on the green belt is not going to solve that. We've currently got 300,000 planning applications for homes on brownfield sites that have been approved that need to be built out. We also know that the rampant speculation and profiteering from our housing sector will keep making London less affordable, whether we build on the green belt or not, and we need to look at other solutions. We know that increasing private rents are pushing people into temporary accommodation, and the private-led developer solution cannot bring us the council homes we need at the rates people need them. What we need to do is regulate the private rented sector. Over the next 5 years, the government is set to spend £70 billion subsidising private landlords through local housing allowance for people who can't afford their private rents. So if we bring down private rents, we will save £70 billion that we could spend on council housing. We need that public investment in council homes beyond the scale that the government is currently contemplating. It really is disappointing that the Mayor has not stood up to the government on the green belt or the lobbying of the developers who, let's face it, are the real winners from the proposed planning reforms and not Londoners. So we'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Small-Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. 300,000. That is the number of families on social housing wait lists in London. 1 in 21. That's how many children in London are living in temporary accommodation, meaning one child in every London classroom is homeless. £4 million. That's how much London councils are spending every single day on temporary accommodation. The Mayor's proposals are about tackling this horrendous housing crisis which is causing misery right across our city. It is estimated that only 13% of London's green belt is green space that's open to the public. London's green belt is often low quality, poorly maintained, and not green at all. I can give you an example. This is a car park and disused industrial site at 2040 Ferry Lane, N17. If you're watching online, I suggest you get Google Maps out and go on Street View. 5 minutes walk away is Tottenham Hale Tube Station, and right next to this site are hundreds of homes.
You can't, I have to stop you, you can't use that during the debate, but you can speak, carry on speaking.
Thank you, Chair. But 2040 Ferry Lane can't house any Londoners because it falls within the green belt. So, I'll ask the Conservatives and the Greens directly, what good reason is there not to build homes on sites like that? But it's not just about building homes, it's crucially about building the right type of homes that Londoners can afford. I'm therefore encouraged by the golden rules required for development on the green belt: affordable housing, infrastructure and new or improved accessible green space. So, this debate has made it very clear. It's only Labour that are the party of delivering the homes that Londoners need.
Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to begin by reading the following quote. From Baldwin to Thatcher, successive leaders grasped that giving people a stake in society meant giving them a stake in the ground beneath their feet. A home of one's own was more than just a roof, it was an identity, a vote of confidence in the future, and a silent but powerful alignment with the values of stability, personal independence, and reward for effort. Because, make no mistake, the evidence is now overwhelming. Our failure to build is turning aspiration into alienation. Now, those are not my words. They are the words of Simon Clarke, who I understand is now advising Kemi's team on housing and planning policy. A fact welcomed, indeed, by Assembly Member Hall in a retweet. It's a shame, though, that the housing hypocrites in City Hall Conservatives didn't get the memo. Guys, I see where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. You don't want to see beautiful, accessible green spaces plastered with tower blocks. Neither do I. But your motion is too simplistic and too absolutist. Your approach of not one blade of grass, as Assemblymember Small-Edwards has pointed out, not even 1 square inch of concrete that can be redeveloped purely on the basis of where a line was once drawn on a map nearly 80 years ago, rather than an objective assessment of the intrinsic amenity value of the site. Now, you might not have noticed, but there is a housing crisis, a crisis exacerbated by years of Tory failure, under-delivery by councils, scrapping housing targets and opening borders to an unprecedented wave of both legal and illegal migration. Now, my view, right-of-centre politics has always been at its best philosophically and its most successful electorally when it stands up for those who aspire to own property, not just those who already are fortunate enough to do so. So your approach is intellectually lazy, emotionally dangerous and utterly disingenuous. But that's what I guess we've learned to expect from a party of protest, not a party of power. So here in London, if you won't stick up for the right of future generations to get that rung on the ladder, I will.
OK. Other contributions? Leonie, Assemblymember Cooper.
I mean, I didn't really think I was going to get up and say that I agree with Assemblymember Wilson. And I somehow feel that the rest of my group are probably in the same position. But look, I mean, I have been the chair of the Environment Committee on and off since 2016. I've been the deputy chair for most of the years in between that. As I just said in moving the previous motion, I did a whole report on biodiversity, net gain and using the urban greening factor in housing developments. I brought property developers into City Hall and listened to them and spoke to them, and they are very happy to incorporate nature into good quality developments. And I do agree with you that this motion is intellectually very, very lazy because it is implying that everything in the green belt is verdant and green. And as we've just heard from Assemblymember Small-Edwards, that is not the case. We know that in my constituency in Merton there are not just garages, there are car washes. We know that there is about 11% of current greenbelt, in inverted commas, which has already been developed on. Now, I want really, really, really strong protections as far as possible for areas that are green and open space. But I do also think that when we're doing developments, we have to have a planning system that makes developers work within a framework, as we were just discussing, that means that they're really high-quality developments that incorporate nature into those developments. Well-planned development does not have to come at environmental cost. It is really important that we do address the needs, the aspirations of people, the needs of people who are homeless, the aspirations of Londoners who want to get onto the housing ladder. And I, therefore, will be voting against this very lazy motion, and I hope others will join with me in doing so. Thank you.
Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. I was driven to speak by this side here, getting this completely wrong. What is lazy is it is lazy to suggest building on the Greenbelt when there is dozens and dozens and dozens and hundreds of thousands of sites in London where we could build. When, as Assemblymember Garbett said, there are 300,000 applications that aren't being built on. The problem is much more difficult than that with site flipping. The problem runs deep with house building in London. We do not need to build on the Greenbelt, and it is intellectually constrained to believe that if you see a site that doesn't look like Verdant Greenbelt, it is not contributing to biodiversity. And if you wrote a report on it, Assemblymember Cooper, how on earth did that fact go by you? So I think what you need to also look at is why do we need to weaken the protections on the Greenbelt when already in those very special circumstances that you outlined, you can build on the Greenbelt? The only reason why the Mayor wants to do this is because he wants to build on parks like Trent Country Park. We cannot allow to take a slip on Greenbelt when it is already being built on in those very special circumstances that you outlined. So it is this side that is being lazy. It is this side that is being lazy and looking at how you could do it in perhaps the easiest possible way, instead of tackling the fundamental difficulties with house building in London. So I would look at your arguments again. I would look at why you were happy to align yourself with the Mayor's comments up until a couple of weeks ago. You've all suddenly had a change of heart. Assemblymember Wilson, I'm quite sure there's other reasons why you may have different views on this. But for you guys, you are simply siding with the government and siding with the Mayor, and you will change your opinion at the flip of the coin, and we will remember that. Thank you.
What does Sean think? What does Sean think?
Why don't you ask him? Oh, he's not here.
Assemblymember Plansky.
Yeah, I'm partly going up just to say yes to the last speech. So, although Assemblymember Cooper wasn't expecting to agree with reform on this, I'm also absolutely applauding Assemblymember Best on this. I think to answer the question directly, because we were asked directly, nature has a right to exist, has a right to maintain itself, and it also has a right to be rewilded. And actually, if there is areas of concrete, then those are the exact areas that the Mayor should be putting investment in, and the government should be putting investment in to rewild. Ultimately, we know we need housing. We've said this over and over again. It's about affordability, it's about accessibility. We know that is building on brownfield sites. We also know that this is completely doable, so let's get on with doing that. Rather than listening to the private developers, we know the planning and infrastructure bill is a charter for private developers, where the government have taken donations from those same private developers who aren't building the houses they need. They are building empty homes when we need council houses that are actually accessible, and then to come in here and to not protect biodiversity, and this completely lazy, intellectual and wrong argument that the Greenbelt in some way does not need protecting, when we are one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, and this is the moment to rewild those areas, remove the concrete. We need that for floods as well. We know we need sustainable urban drainage. The Mayor says that all the time. So, in conclusion, how can the Mayor say we need sustainable urban drainage, we need to tackle the climate crisis, we need to protect nature, we need to build homes, but then talk about building on the Greenbelt? None of it makes sense unless you're in the pocket of the property developers. Thank you.
Any other... Assemblymember Hall.
I'm sorry, I feel compelled. I mean, first of all, I'm shocked I'm agreeing with anything with the Greens, but I absolutely applaud what you say and, of course, what my colleagues have said. The one thing I will say to you, and I really mean this, is you know I have many, many differences with Mayor Khan. You know I've criticised so many of the things he does because I genuinely don't agree with him. But the one thing I always said and admired about him was the fact that he said he would protect the green belt. He said it constantly through the mayoral campaign. I know, I was there. And it's the one thing I thought, yep, to be fair, I genuinely believe he will. And I did, right up until recently. If you genuinely think something, why do you suddenly change your mind? Yes, we need housing. We all know that. And we absolutely will applaud wherever it goes. But to start building on somewhere like Trent Park, that's a slippery slope. And I'll be honest, it's something that I never thought Mayor Khan would do. Thank you, Chair.
To sum up?
Assemblymember
Turrell
reserved his right. Does he
sorry, I did. Apologies. So, do you want to come in?
Oh, thank you, Chair. So back in April, I took it upon myself to walk the London Loop and see our green belt firsthand. The TfL website misled me. It told me the London Loop was 150 miles, and it was only looking at my Strava I found out it was actually 169 miles. So I hope the Mayor will update this. But on this walk of 169 miles, I saw maybe 3 sites where I could appreciate the argument that Assemblymember Small Edwards was making. On 169 miles, 3 sites. But the point remains, if so much of the green belt is horrible, concreted land, as Assemblymember Small Edwards alleged, then why is the Mayor trying to build on places like Trent Country Park? Because if he didn't need to, he would have. And Trent Country Park was on the London Loop. I had a lovely time in Trent Country Park with Assemblymember Georgiou. We watched rabbits and all sorts of other things. It was, but exactly. And this is the point where my note says "wink to the camera." So, this is the green belt land, and the point is, why building it if you didn't have to? So the point remains, it's quite clear that when TfL, when the Mayor have gone out to find this greenbelt land that's inaccessible, that's ripe to be built on, what they have found is it doesn't exist. And that is the truth, and that is why this motion is needed. And as Assembly Member Best said, the point remains, building on the Greenbelt does nothing to address the underlying issues that is breaking the property market at the moment. It has dismantled the property ladder. We have to realise the property ladder has ceased to be a ladder because no one's moving up it and barely anyone's getting on it. And that is why we need to address those underlying issues, not come here with overly simplistic answers that the left-wing establishment coalition that Reform has now joined is protesting.
That's a great laugh. For you to sum up, I've got these pictures in my mind, but if you wish to sum up.
With the rabbit.
What happens in Trent Park stays in Trent Park, Mr. Chairman.
We filmed it.
I am so glad I heard what I heard today, because it shows the grand hypocrisy of the Labour Socialists and the sellouts in Reform. Yeah. They want to join with them to destroy our Greenbelt, and I'm glad Londoners are now seeing it firsthand. And I would like to thank the Greens for their contributions. Absolutely every point was spot on. And you know what? At the local elections where we can't get them out, I hope you destroy them in London at the next local elections. The Labour Party and Reform are nothing but charities for developers in this city. Absolute charities. You give away the crown jewels for nothing in return. We must protect London's environment at all costs. And I would say to Assembly Member Small Edwards, he talks about the temporary accommodation crisis. Come to Labour-run Enfield, where you've got 3,300 on the list and hundreds of kids in B&Bs. I don't see you slagging off the Labour Party on that. I would say he talks about crumbling tower blocks. Lo and behold, they are all in Labour boroughs. I remind them of that. Top gaslighting from Assembly Member Small Edwards. I've had my team quickly check the site that you showed. Guess what? It's eligible for development already. Yeah. So don't give me all your rubbish. They don't know what they're talking about with their misleading rhetoric. They can't help themselves. The reality is, thank God for today that the Conservatives and the Greens are actually finally standing up, are standing up for our Greenbelt, metropolitan open land and parks. Because if it was left to the Labour lot on the Assembly, they would sell us all down the river like their mate Sadiq Khan. They should all be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
OK, let's move to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
Those in favour of the motion, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in favour, Chair.
Those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 against, Chair.
Would you like to record abstention? Yep, we record it. Thank you. Let's move then on to item 3, motion 3.4 in the name of Assembly Member Russell. Is that the one?
It is, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I am going to move an altered motion, including an alteration from Assembly Member Roberts, which helpfully strengthens the ask for ring-fenced toilet funding. So this motion comes out of the context that the Mayor has been recently granted powers to unblock licensing applications to boost London's nighttime economy, and also the context of the British Toilet Association, supported by the London Loo Alliance, who are here today in the audience, and Age UK London, also here, to raise awareness in government for improved toilet provision via a statutory duty. Now, the main ask of the motion is about creating a public duty for local government to provide public toilets. This is an agreed cross-party Assembly position, as it was a recommendation from the Health Committee's investigation in 2021 into public toilets in London. The toilet paper, and I will just read you the recommendation about the duty, which is that all levels of government should have a duty to provide public toilets. The government has a duty to make the provision of public toilets compulsory and to provide ring-fenced funding for local authorities to achieve this purpose. Regional and local government government should also use the tools at their disposal to improve provision. So we've all signed up to this a long time ago, back in 2021. So the committee investigation found that public toilet provision exists in a bit of a policy vacuum. There is no statutory obligation at the moment to deliver public toilets at any level of government, and that is leading to the toilet deserts that have been so brilliantly exposed by so many campaigners. The committee, when we were investigating this, we heard loud and clear, and I hope everyone else has since then heard loud and clear, that the provision of public toilets is a public health and an equalities issue. Now, my exchange with Tom Coffey this morning included, I said, so Tom, briefly, my question is, do you agree with the principle that access to public toilets is a public health issue? And Dr. Tom Coffey said, yes. The short answer is yes. Now, we all agree that more toilets would help to make London a healthier and more equal city. Age UK London, in their report this year, Lifting the Lid, recommends the government should fund local authorities to provide sufficient public toilets. Inclusion London and the London Loo Alliance, their voices have helped build the credibility of these calls. And even Amy LeMay, as Night Czar, understood that people working at night needed access to toilets and started, after I talked to her about it at a plenary meeting, started the work getting toilets onto the radar of the London Plan team. And I was really pleased to hear from Dr. Coffey that it's absolutely in there. So London's nighttime and daytime economy will only truly get more bums on seats if the Mayor's new licensing power goes paper in hand, with the councils being given the statutory duty and funding to provide more loos. But beyond the puns, the really important issue here is that a statutory duty could transform so many people's lives, and if they can live their lives confident, they'll find a public toilet when they need one urgently. So I very much hope you'll all support the motion.
Okay, Assembly Member Roberts to second.
Yes, Chair, I'll retain my rights to speak later if necessary.
Okay, open for debate. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, you know full well we've supported you right from the beginning on toilets and will continue to do so. But I think it would be wrong if I didn't just point out a couple of issues that we're all very aware of. Sometimes public toilets are described as unprofitable nuisances that are unsightly, they smell, or they attract people with drug or alcohol addictions. We all know that to be the case. That is the case. And because I don't have much time, the one thing I need to say is the rise of nitazines in the capital have been skyrocketing drug deaths in the capital. Making the toilets safer could be through installing possibly motion sensors, sensor cameras to detect a lack of movements after 2 minutes and 45 seconds, to sound an alarm. With drug deaths in the highest in the capital for 25 years, concerns are apparent that increase in public toilets may have ramifications for drug use and overdoses. Public toilets resulted in being the venue for 210 sexual assaults since 2013 to 2023 in London. We all know this is the case. We all know public toilets can attract wrong behaviour. So it's very important that when we encourage that they are put in, which we all agree with, I think there can't be anybody that doesn't agree with this, that we try and put things in to mitigate these problems that arise around public toilets. It's very, very important for everybody's safety. Thank you, Chairman.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity, because it doesn't come around very often, to praise this government on the recent announcement of handing powers to the Mayor to review blocked licensing applications. I think this is a move that has come far too late, but it is the right move. The nighttime economy in London is one that needs a regional vision, And of course, somebody that is in charge of London, but also in charge of transport for London and in charge of the Met, is not going to make decisions that poorly affect those residents and those communities. But he is the right person, or she, if it were, to make those decisions. So I'm really glad that this power is coming. But I would make one appeal, and I hope we can discuss this in the Oversight Committee during our current investigation, that I think planning applications and licensing is something that should still be a decision-making body of this Assembly and Assembly members here, as opposed to the Mayor, and I think that's where those decisions should come. I'd say briefly just on the toilets, to speak in support, as always, of public toilets, and slightly to Assembly Member Hall's point, but I think to build on that, the reason that we have those issues is because we have not thought of public toilets in the right way for so long, and not thought about that ongoing maintenance, not thought about how they are vital infrastructure in our public realm and what they require. Too often those problems have occurred because a toilet has been erected 40, 50 years ago and left there with no ongoing maintenance, no work, and that's why those problems have arisen. It's not the toilets in itself, but I mean, if anybody in their house left their bathroom for that long, I would dread to think what state it would look like. And that is the same with our public toilets. So while I think the ask of this may be unattainable at the moment to both have local government and government commit to, I think it is where we want to be. So we certainly support the ask.
Assembly Member Rani.
Thank you, Chair. And as a Labour group, we agree that increasing toilet provision is an important objective, and the call for a funded statutory duty for local authorities is an ask from the Health Committee from 2021. Myself and Dr Onka Soto were members of that committee at the time from the Labour side, and we do think it's important to acknowledge the pressure that London councils and boroughs are under following a decade of austerity plus and the increased demand resulting from crises in housing, in social care, etc. We think that the alteration has given some helpful clarity that any duty should be contingent on new ring-fence funding being provided. So I think we're a lot more assured to support this, but also we do share the concerns about how best to deliver this. What is a statutory duty? Could councils just provide one toilet and say that's a box ticked? So I think some thought has to be given on that side, and also there is a bit of concern on our side about conflating the issues about licensing and nighttime economy, because there is a conversation about when those licenses are granted that it's the venues that should be providing some of those the toilets, and how we can access how members of the public can access that as well. But in general, I think we support the ambition of the motion, so we will be voting for it. But we do need to ensure that the new duty, if taken forward, is well thought out, considered and properly funded to get the best of facilities that are out there for Londoners, and also looking at community toilet schemes as well when we're looking at licensing and opening of new premises beyond usual opening hours as well. Thank you.
Okay, do you wish to sum up? Oh, sorry, formally, you reserved, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, fellow Assembly members, for being willing to support this motion. And a particular thanks goes to Assembly Member Russell and the Green Group for accepting our amendments to make this an altered motion, and to give some backbone, some absolute clarity that what's needed in London is not just toilets, it's the money to provide those toilets. Because I'm, along with Assembly Member Hall, one of the only two members in this group, I think, who have got experience of actually running councils. We would like to provide more councils.
We have more.
We got more.
Well, yeah.
Well, you shouldn't hide your light under bushels, loves. What we do, though, every London council leader wants to provide more toilets. But we have the problem of financing these. We have many, many calls upon our purses. And we have to decide how we're going to spend that money. And we have to decide whether we're going to spend the money on special educational needs, whether it's going to be on adult social care, many calls upon our purse. Making sure that there is a built-in provision within this motion now for guaranteed, ring-fenced, additional funding to provide toilets will enable us to go ahead and provide those new facilities for residents. And it's not just new facilities. There are other opportunities for London councils to follow the lead of my council, Richmond-upon-Thames, with innovative schemes such as the community toilet scheme, which pays businesses, such as cafes or pubs, a small amount of money, which will allow people, whether they're customers or not, to come in and use those facilities. So what we need to be doing is looking at new facilities within the capital. We also need to be looking at how we can open up existing facilities so that anybody who is moving around our capital city, whether it's on public transport, whether it's privately, whether it's shopping or just visiting their local area, will never be too far away from a public convenience. And I hope that everybody will support the motion.
Assembly Member Russell to sum up.
Thank you. And I do just want to clarify that the original motion did call for ring-fenced funding. So just to be absolutely clear, but I was very happy to accept the word conditional on having additional ring-fenced funding. But just to be clear that the original motion did call for funding. So just very generally, it's really good to see all of this support around the Chamber. I think that, Assembly Member Hall, you raised some really important issues about the condition of toilets and how well they are looked after. And, in fact, TfL, through the feasibility study work, which I'm keeping very close contact with, are doing some excellent work on scoping out how you keep new public toilets in a decent state so that everyone feels safe and confident to use them, and also so that the staff feel safe and confident working around them, and also they're making sure that those toilets are easy to keep clean with the way that they've been designed. And that's really, really impressive work, and I think they're doing some deep work with the unions as well to make sure that these toilets work. Emma, sorry, there's so much has been said since you spoke, but I generally agreed with everything that you said, and thank you very much for speaking out in favour. And also, likewise, thank you, Krupesh, for your support and the support of the Labour group, because I do think, what we hear from the campaigners who are here in the gallery is the practical difference that having access to free-to-use public toilets makes to people's everyday lives. And there are so many Londoners whose lives could be so improved if we could only get more public toilets into our public realm for use both in the daytime and in the night time. So thank you for your support.
OK, let's move to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
That is unanimous, Chair.
Yay.
OK, we're now moving on to motion 3.5, which is Disability Equality Champion for London. Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. 9 months ago, every single group in this Assembly voted unanimously to call on the Mayor to appoint a Disability Equality Champion for London, because we all recognise that 1.2 million disabled Londoners deserve so much better than the status quo. Yet here we are, 9 months later, and the Mayor has not acted to implement this recommendation, dismissing what disabled people's organisations are telling him that they need and suggesting instead that he has already got it covered. The Mayor argues that having a Deputy Mayor for Communities and Social Justice with disability as part of a broader remit is sufficient, but disabled campaign groups like Inclusion London have told him repeatedly that it is not. They tell him that Londoners deserve dedicated, focused leadership with a mandate to drive systemic change at City Hall. Because disabled Londoners are still all too often treated as an afterthought at City Hall, and as a case in point, the new London Plan consultation is one of the most important planning documents for our city's future, yet there is no easily accessible, easy-read version or British Sign Language version which has been prepared to allow deaf Londoners or Londoners with learning disabilities to participate. How is exclusionary behaviour from any public body acceptable, let alone so regularly and as a matter of routine? This is precisely why we need genuine systematic change to integrate disability inclusion across City Hall itself, led by someone with a permanent seat at the table and real power to ensure engagement and lived experience is baked into every policy from the start. Because the ongoing exclusion of disabled people from London's planning procedures and infrastructure, whether it's housing, transport or workplaces, isn't an accident. It's the inevitable result of policies being repeatedly signed off without disabled perspectives being included. Appointing a dedicated disability champion is a simple but powerful step that the Mayor could take today. He's had cross-party support. He's heard the repeated calls from campaigners, and thousands of Londoners are petitioning him to act. That's why today we are, once again, asking the Mayor to deliver on this commitment to put disabled Londoners where they belong, at the heart of City Hall decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Bakari to second.
I am seconding but reserving my right to speak.
Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group supports the ambition of the motion for the views and voices of disabled Londoners to be better embedded across the work of the GLA, and we supported the principle of a champion previously when the motion was brought. But we will be abstaining on this motion at this time. We want to recognise the work of the Deputy Mayor, Debbie Weeks-Bernard, and to work to improve engagement with disabled people's organisations, which is ongoing. And we absolutely recognise the need to centre the voices of those with lived experience. But we also recognise that cultural change is complex, as is organisational design, whereas bringing motions is simple. And the detailed solution that is required is not now best achieved through party political motions when we have Assembly consensus on the broad issue. So we will abstain on this and dearly hope for some actual cross-party work to champion the voices of disabled Londoners.
I'm looking for other contributions. Assembly Member Best, and then I'll take Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. I'd just like to go back to the report myself and Hina wrote, which first called for a disability champion, and thank Inclusion London and others here today that were so vital to that. And also thank you for your work in continuing to push this. I would certainly disagree with the point that this is a party political motion. I think it's something we've all agreed on previously, and dare I say I would like more if the Lib Dems, when you submit this, came to us and one of us seconded it, having it started as a joint project. That would probably look more as a cross-party thing. But in general, the thrust of this, I think, is something the Assembly all is in agreement with. And I'm reminded a little bit of when we go back to the toilets. And we were so close in this Assembly, I feel, to getting somewhere and doing something at that budget. And I feel a little bit like that with the Disability Equality Champion. Having had Labour's support, I felt we were on the way to agreeing something as an Assembly that we could really push. And I'm not sure what abstaining here today does, so I would implore on you to vote for. I think it's right that we keep the message up and that we want this and that we want the Mayor to do this. And I just really wanted to speak, though, to thank those campaigners who have sat through everything today to support this. And I don't think we should let them down by losing momentum now. So I really would implore you to vote for it on that side of the chamber. Thank you.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. So, as everyone knows, Greens are long-time supporters of the idea of a disability equality champion. And there are real benefits to genuine co-production of solutions to the problems that disabled Londoners face. But also, it's really important that they are considered in all plans that the GLA makes. Now, we've got one example currently. The London Plan consultation, live now, has not been planned to be accessible. There is no easy read version of the consultation, and unlike many recent TfL consultations, other accessible forms have also not been provided. So this is an example of why the Disability Equality Champion is needed. So the proposal is a clear way to tackle that gap in how the GLA acts and ensure that there is a champion for disabled Londoners here in City Hall.
Okay, any other contributions? So we're moving back to Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. I am so proud to be seconding this motion, and thank you again to Inclusion London for all the work that they're doing and to be here back in the chamber. And 9 months on, as my colleague said, we are back here because things like the London Plan, as Assembly Member Russell just said, you know, this isn't a isolated incident. This is a pattern. Disabled Londoners are being regularly overlooked rather than being included as partners to co-design better policies from the outset. But if we design out barriers from the start and really integrate accessibility into the heart of policy design, we will create a city that works better for everyone, whether you're disabled, an elderly resident, a parent with a pushchair, a traveller with luggage, or anyone recovering from an injury. A more inclusive London starts with a more inclusive City Hall. So I'm incredibly disappointed that our Labour Assembly members will not be backing the motion for systematic change at a time when so many people are struggling and worried about the prospect of brutal cuts to PIP. It's more important than ever that the Mayor does everything in his power to listen, support and work alongside disabled Londoners. Appointing a disability equality champion for London is a simple ask from disabled Londoners, and it will make a world of difference. I do urge all of you to back this motion. I really do hope that, similar to what Assemblymember Best said, her graciousness to understand that this isn't something that is from a Lib Dem perspective, this is everyone's perspective. We all agreed on it. We all know that this is what we need for London. It was something that you supported before. There's no need for us to change our position on this. Let's not disappoint disabled Londoners, Inclusion London again. They're here in the chamber. They're listening to what we're saying. They need our backing.
Yes, please. The question we should all ask ourselves is, in 9 months, what has changed, Chair? Has the lives of disabled Londoners been drastically improved so that we no longer need to... I can see the shaking of the heads from the public gallery. No, it has not. There has been no marked increase in the quality of life for disabled Londoners. There's been no marked increase in their access to social justice. We are still in the same position we were 9 months ago. So why, having voted in favour before, are there members of this Assembly who are now thinking of abstaining on what is something that they supported just 9 months ago? And it would appear that the only reason that was given is that this has come from a different political party. Now, that's very sad. I think that that is an absolute dereliction of the duty which we've done. You're the person who brought party politics into this Assembly, Member Baker. You said it. And you can pull as many faces as you like and wave a finger at me. It doesn't make an iota of difference. You said this was a party matter, and it isn't. It's something we all agreed on. However, if all of the Labour members opposite wish to make it a party matter, then it is in their hands so to do. Because the people watching at home, the people who are going to be noticing this, are going to be the people who will be asking you the next time they see you why you couldn't support it. You supported it 9 months ago. Then a budget amendment about how to pay for it was brought to this chamber, which you voted down, and nobody understood why. And now you're abstaining on this. So I hope there may be some members of the Labour group who will reflect on whether abstention is the right thing to do. I doubt it, but I very much hope that they will. This is the right thing to do. It's time for disabled Londoners' voices to be heard, and it's time for them to have somebody looking after their interests here at City Hall. Thank you.
In favour, Chair.
Those against?
There are no votes against, Chair, so that's carried.
And abstentions?
Would you like to record your group, Chair?
Yeah, okay. Very good.
OK, let's move on to motion 3.6. Taxi and private hire vehicles in London. Assemblymember Bakari to move.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, I want to start by acknowledging the success and, in fact, the survival of the London's black cabs. It's something that unites every single one of us across all parties. But I also want to put on record my respect for the work of the Transport Committee, and this motion is to enhance and cover a gap that has been made in terms of the scope of the work because of a recent panel meeting that we had. As we heard at the last panel, the conditions for workers, both cabbies and private hire vehicles alike, is absolutely dire, and I know the committee will provide important scrutiny of the plan and recommendations to support those workers in the TfL's action plan. But what I want to highlight with this motion today is that it isn't just an existential crisis for our iconic elite London's black cabs. It's an inaccessibility disaster in the making for disabled Londoners. We're back to that issue again. Now, every licensed taxi in London is fully accessible by law. They represent freedom, dignity and independence for disabled Londoners, and in some cases, they're the only way someone can get to an appointment or see a friend or even just get to an accessible tube station. But when it comes to private hire vehicles, finding an accessible vehicle is a needle in a haystack. Less than 1% of all London PHVs are wheelchair accessible, 8 times worse than the rest of the country. Now, if we allow black cabs to become extinct, which is a worry, we're cutting off a vital lifeline for many disabled Londoners, and one that is critical given the ongoing barriers facing them across our public transport network. So the fact that we're already lost a third of our black taxi drivers in just 1 decade is hugely concerning. It's a crisis unfolding for London's accessibility, and we've got to see more urgency from TfL to recognise that and step in and address it. Now, I hope this Assembly will act with urgency. I have tried in this motion to put forward common sense, uncontroversial measures, and I hope that we can all agree now that this is sensible to restore a plug-in taxi grant, look at how to make the knowledge less expensive, look at how to make PHVs more accessible, consider a commissioner for a taxi and private hire sector, and promote and celebrate the fact that black taxis are accessible. And I don't really see any reason why we can't get away with getting this done now. It isn't controversial. These are really simple asks, and I hope that you will agree to support this motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak now, as I understand that there may be a request to refer this back to committee, so rather than lose out on the opportunity, I'll speak now. Disabled Londoners are being left behind, often quite literally. As my colleague stated, the Mayor's Taxi and Private Hire Action Plan does not meet the scale or the urgency of the problem. And one of the action plan's key objectives is to attract more drivers. However, it does not include any new policies on how it plans to increase recruitment and retention. While the cost of a black cab has risen by 39% since 2017, the amount of support provided by the government has diminished significantly. And the plug-in taxi grant has been slashed as next April, exactly when we need more support and not less. This is not to say that there aren't some good suggestions in the plan. Changes to the knowledge are welcome. But while we must ensure it's still fit for purpose, the financial and time burden remains a massive deterrent for potential entrants. Something needs to change. If urgent action isn't taken by the Mayor, Transport for London and the government, everyone will lose out. Cabbies, private hire drivers and disabled Londoners who deserve the independence that accessible transport provides. The time for half measures and distant promises is over, and I hope that everybody will support this motion today. The danger of pushing this into the committee system means that it will be kicked into the long grass. We have the opportunity to make a stand here today, and I'm grateful for the Conservatives for their reasoned amendment, which we're happy to support. We need to take action today. There is nothing here which is controversial. There is nothing here which we can't all support. It is quite within the rights of the relevant committee, the Transport Committee, to give this further consideration at a different time. But if we say today that we are taking a stand, if we say today that we want to vote in favour of this, then that will send a clear message both to the Mayor and to the committee that this is the will of the Assembly. And that is something we should all get behind. Thank you.
Assembly Member Baker. Now, there is you've alluded to... sorry, before I bring in Assembly Member Baker, you've alluded to there's a possible call to remit back to the Transport Committee about whether there's crossover with some of the work. I think you've made some very good cases, and there will be, if there is a move back, a chance for Assembly Member Bakari to respond back of the reasons of why the move back is being proposed. So I'm going to call on Assemblymember Baker.
Now, yeah. Spoilers. I'm going to move that this motion should be referred to the Transport Committee in accordance with standing orders. This is not about the content of the motion, which I'm not going to address. But this motion, sadly, completely undermines a current investigation. I beg to differ that it's in the long grass, because we're right bang in the middle of it. We've had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and we're going to have another one in another week and a half. And we're doing a huge amount of work listening to all the stakeholders into the issues of taxi and private hire. And this investigation will look at issues raised by taxi and private hire drivers and their users in the context of all the other issues. And I'm just really disappointed that Assemblymember Bakari has chosen to bring this motion. I did raise it directly with her a couple of days ago, didn't hear back, said she was going to have a think about it. Clearly that, not very much of a think about it. This is another issue by which, I beg your pardon? This is another issue where we have a high degree of consensus on this Assembly, and we are dedicated committee time to do the work properly, listening to that range of stakeholders, and we've had no issues raised about the progress of the investigation. So I hope members across the committee will respect the committee process. I mean, it's been sort of a bit, dismissed by Assemblymember Roberts, unfortunately. He basically doesn't think it's really important, and the important thing is motions. But I hope the Chamber can support this move so that we can protect our important committee investigations from further political point scoring this afternoon.
OK. Sorry, can there be a formal seconder for that proposal? Formal seconder? Right, thank you. Do you wish to speak?
Very briefly. I just think that when we work together, cross-party, through our committee work, we do some work that we can all collectively be incredibly proud of. And I think there has always been a convention that if a motion starts to stray into ongoing committee work, it tends to get referred back to the committee so that the committee can incorporate it into the thinking and the output and the work that is going on. And I just think, we are right in the middle, not of the long grass. Assemblymember Roberts, I hope that you will come to appreciate the value of the committee work rather than seeing it as long grass. But I do think it is important that this gets referred back. So, yes, second that motion.
I'm now going to bring in Assemblymember Bakari to respond to the proposal. You've got 1 minute to do so.
Sorry, can I just say, I can see Assemblymember indicating, just to explain, Understanding Orders 3.113, once a motion to refer has been moved and seconded, the mover of the original motion gets 1 minute to respond to that proposal, but otherwise it's then voted upon without debate. Understood, Assemblymember.
Thank you.
Having said that, I just need to change that. It's our standing orders, which was being agreed by all the political parties. You might take that view, but you've probably signed up to it, or predecessors in the past have signed up to it. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really want to appreciate everyone who has given me some advice and support and talked to me about this motion. I didn't do this lightly. It was really quite a difficult thing for me to do. And I really do respect the committee's work. I've always respected that. I've always respected the fact that we work cross-party, and I'm incredibly proud of that. But I couldn't help but feel that I had to say something after that panel meeting. I heard what they were saying in that meeting. They are at crisis point. We are at a point where the taxi trade is being destroyed as we see it, and we know that. We saw it happening. We spoke to the people in that panel, and it moved me enough to say I need to say something. Yeah. Now, the disabled community, again, are here, and they're being impacted by it too. And when I look back at the scope of the work, it was not going to cover that particular area, which is why I made sure, I really did try my best to make sure that this motion focused on accessibility. I do respect the committee's process. I will respect the decision that is made here in the Chamber. if we are to refer it back to the committee. But the long grass point
member.
that was made by
you.
my member is the fact that we're still waiting for an accessibility report on the Transport Committee anyway. We are waiting, and we are fed up of waiting, and so are the disabled community.
Thank you. OK, right. I think there's been a proposal to move this, reference it back, whatever the appropriate term is. Can we see those in favour?
Those in favour of referral to the Transport.
So we're not allowed to comment.
No,
understanding orders.
No, I only say this, Chair, because some of us are so passionate about taxes that we would have loved to have commented, but I accept I'm not allowed to say how much we support the black cabs.
So those in favour of the reference back to Transport Committee, in referencing it back, I'm accepting that the Lib Dems have accepted the Conservative amendment, so that would go back to Transport Committee if the vote is in favour. So those in favour of reference back?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 members in favour, Chair. Those members voting against?
Against, everybody.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 members against. So the proposal to refer is carried.
Sorry.
Can I just raise a point of order? You just said that it was is it an alteration or an amendment? So does that get included, or is it meant to be discussed?
I think it gets included in the conversation that back at Transport Committee. So there has been precedent. I wasn't going to say this before. There has been precedent before in terms of that. In fact, Assembly Member Best was subject to one of her motions being moved back.
Yeah.
And I think there were. Not sure if there were amendments or alterations included in that. Yeah. So yeah.
I don't know if it's just a typo, but it says amendment in the alteration pack.
Yeah. No, sorry, the amendment is in red. It's there. You go over the page and you will see a one-liner that the Conservative groups were proposing, which the Lib Dems accepted. Right, and that's where it is. And I don't think that's a contentious issue, and it can be further discussed by the political groups back at the Transport Committee.
Chair, if I may, I think our point just is that it's an alteration and not an amendment, but I know we're just doing semantics, but we're just wanting to confirm.
Well, look, thank you for bearing with me. Look,
not at all, thank you.
Let's get through our business and need to still stay together. Still, the conversation needs to be had. OK, right, let's move forward then on the next motion, which is motion 3.7. Name of the mover is Amesh Desai. Can you move?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, now more than ever, we must stand with Ukrainian people in their fight for justice and against Russian aggression. And this means, as is Ukraine's position, making the protection of its children a key condition for any peaceful agreement with Russia. Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine is far more than a military invasion. It is a deliberate assault on Ukraine's most vulnerable, its children. There's a calculated, systematic effort to steal from Ukraine its next generation through forced displacement, indoctrination, and human rights violations. These children face trafficking, sexual exploitation, Russification, and forced conscription into the Russian army. 20% of Ukraine's children have been at risk since Russia's occupation of Ukraine started in 2014, followed by its full-scale invasion in 2022. Some 1.6 million children, according to Ukraine, are now beyond their reach and whose status and whereabouts remain unknown. Russia is carrying out abduction of Ukrainian children on an industrial scale. The situation is crying out for justice. And I note the efforts of the current and the previous government in supporting Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in their time of need. London has welcomed thousands of Ukrainians seeking safety in our city. I would like to thank the work of the Mayor, London boroughs, and Londoners for supporting Ukrainians coming to our city. And I'm proud that we continue to fly the Ukrainian flag outside City Hall to show solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Securing justice for Ukraine requires global action, and we all have a part to play. And we can play our part today by supporting this motion and joining the growing international call against the mistreatment of Ukrainian children. It is important that we show London and London Assembly stands with Ukraine and with London's Ukrainian community. The message should be loud and clear, uncompromising. Ukraine, London stands with you. From London, we say, Russia out of Ukraine, free the abducted children, Slava Ukraini.
Assembly Mahfouz to second.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is personal to me, and I'm sure it's personal to many people in the room who are either parents, but equally, last year, before becoming elected to this chamber, I was the director of a refugee charity. And I made sure that during the work that I did there, that we worked very closely supporting the Ukrainians who are having to make London their home in this great city. But also, I myself as a child had to leave my war-torn nation of Lebanon to start a new life here in London. But I was fortunate. On Sunday, Unmesh and I had the honour of marking International Children's Day by speaking at a Ukraine Solidarity campaign rally, demanding justice for the abducted children of Ukraine. Now, day after day, Ukrainians face an aggressor who seeks not only to destroy Ukraine, but to dismantle the very foundations of Europe as we know it. Russia is trying to steal Ukraine's future through the forced abduction and deportation of children. Over 20,000 children, every one with a harrowing story, torn from their families, their homes, their identities taken away from them, shipped to re-education camps in distant corners of Russia. Some of them re-educated and put back on the front lines to fight the country they are originally from. This is a deliberate, systematic effort to erase Ukraine's future and a repeat of some of the most darkest chapters of what we saw in the 20th century. Russia's actions are a moral outrage and should be unimaginable in the 21st century Europe. We swore then, never again, yet here we are now. Now, we should be proud of London's response to the Ukraine war. Londoners have opened their homes to Ukrainians coming here, and I'd like to echo Umesh's comments, thanking the government, the mayor, London boroughs for all their fantastic work. And I call on colleagues here today to support this motion and make sure that we show our support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Ukraini w moim sercu, slava Ukraini.
Thank you for that. Now open to debate. Assembly Member Turr.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Assembly Member Desai and Assembly Member Mahfouz for both bringing this motion and for accepting our slight alteration. It's on that alteration that I wished to speak, because our alteration was to give a specific mention to the London councils who have helped with the incredible response that we've seen across London to Russia's and Putin's unprovoked war in Ukraine and the horrors that that has unleashed on the world. And it's of that I wanted to say a word of thanks publicly to two constituents of mine in Bromley, which is Ciara Gabbett and Tessa Wilson, who helped and stepped in and volunteered to help lead Bromley's response that involved creating a Ukraine support hub very early on, ensuring that that time was made on the civic calendar to mark the anniversaries to demonstrate that this conflict has not been forgotten and will not be forgotten, and crucially, a Ukrainian education service to get children into schools. As both Assembly members have said, the response from London, from the government, from the mayor and from our councils has been incredible. It is important that we continue globally to stand on the world stage, shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, against this unprovoked aggression from Russia and the true horrors that we are seeing coming out of it.
Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Members Desai and Mahfouz, for tabling this motion today. I think every aspect of this war is horrific, but the forced abduction of children is particularly unforgivable. And this is not just a conflict in a faraway land. As you said, Assembly Member, for many of us this is personal. Now, several years ago, my brother-in-law married a fantastic lady from Ukraine. Now, they chose to settle here in Britain, but if they'd chosen to settle in Ukraine, then there's every chance that their two boys, my nephews, could have been at risk of this abduction programme. So there, but for the grace of God. Now, my sister-in-law is now working with an organisation that helps displaced families and orphans from occupied areas in Ukraine. So on her behalf, thank you. Let's bring these children home.
Assembly Member Giorgio.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't retread over old ground because I feel like I know which way the vote's going. But I'd make a point to any Londoners that are apologists for the Russian government's butchery of Ukrainians. And I would say this: would you have not taken those from Hong Kong? Would you have not taken those from Uganda? would you have not taken those from Syria? Or would you have not taken those children on the kinder transport? Because I'm afraid, and it's one of those things where, due to the nature of the motion, that it doesn't address the ignorance of some Londoners on this issue, which is they support the Russian aggression. But I would say to those that support what's been going on by Vladimir Putin and his cronies, how would you feel if your children were butchered and murdered in the streets, kidnapped, raped, put up for sexual exploitation? So that's where I just wanted to leave this, and I am extremely proud, not just of the content of the motion itself, because quite frankly, for too many times we have these woolly motions that express kindness on things, but this one expressly talks about the horrors that are going on. So I'll leave it there, and just to say, extremely proud of the previous government, the current government, and Assembly Member Desai and Mahfouz who have brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Those in favour... Sorry, other people I don't wish to cut... Oh, you've got a right to respond. OK. Would you like to? Would you like to?
Chair, firstly, can I welcome the cross-party support on this issue? I think there are certain issues, very fundamental issues in our society, where we need to sort of have the maximum possible cross-party unity. So I welcome all the contributions today. And I should also mention Assembly Member Boff, who took the trouble to message me. He's currently in Ukraine right now, meeting displaced communities in Mariupol. He wasn't sure whether he could actually listen into this debate because they were trying to work on his schedule. So, again, my thanks to him for taking the trouble to reach out. I would say, in terms of your remarks about, there are some Londoners, Georgia, who actually think that Putin's war is justified. There are people on the so-called left, as I call them, some in the trade union movements, who thankfully are in the minority, who think that Russia is the aggressor and is also imperialist, the anti-Western plot to undermine Russia and all that. These people live in a different political era, and the reality is that there's no justification for Russia's illegal invasion and occupation of Ukraine. And finally, the march on Sunday was very moving. It was led by young Ukrainian children who then were allowed to enter Downing Street and give a letter to the Prime Minister asking the government to take more robust action. And many of them actually had, had friends who've been conscripted in the Russian army. And so it was, as I say, quite moving. One of the key roles that the campaign wants to play is to counter disinformation about Putin's motivations and amongst other things. So I welcome the cross-party support today, and as I say, ask is very simple and clear. It calls to the chair and the mayor to separately write to the foreign secretary on behalf of the Ukrainian community to inquire how the government is supporting justice and the safe return for these children, and urging the government to increase its efforts to achieve these sins. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
That's unanimous, Chair.
OK, moving on. Motion 3.8 has been withdrawn. Motion 3.9, Assembly Member Baker to move, addressing the impacts of car spreading.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is written to try and make London's roads work for all of London. There's been a huge increase in the size of cars on our roads over the past few years. We're seeing the effective upselling of vehicles to Londoners of heavier, larger and more expensive cars to the benefit of no one but the companies reducing the cars. Personally, this is an issue that I'm reminded on a fairly regular basis as someone who maybe isn't the most skilled at parking. Trying to get in and out of my normal-sized car is getting increasingly difficult. And the increased weight of vehicles is also having an impact on the quality of our roads, including the creation of the most beloved of local political issues, potholes. So this is also an anti-pothole motion. But much more seriously, if a pedestrian, cyclist or a normal-sized car is involved in a collision with a larger car, there is a far larger chance of death or serious injury, and I believe we have a responsibility to take this danger seriously. So we need to consider what is most important here in London and make some tough and realistic decisions. So this motion asks the Mayor to ask the Department for Transport to use the powers they have to put limits on the size of cars that can be sold, and ask the government and councils to use the tax and charging powers they have to make buying and using a large car less attractive to counteract the relentless upselling. So I hope the Assembly can see their way to supporting this motion.
OK, to second, Assembly Member Russell. OK, open to debate. Assembly Member Hall.
Yeah, well, I feel I have to speak on this one, Chairman. This is absolutely typical of the lefties to try and start telling us what we should and what we shouldn't be driving. You talk about the weight of these vehicles. You don't mention electric vehicles, do you, which weigh much, much more. And talk about needing to get around our city. Perhaps your mayor, unfortunately ours as well, should stop putting in cycle lanes like the one in Park Lane, where there's a perfectly good cycle lane in the park next door. Nothing but virtue signalling. 20-mile-an-hour zones on places like the Finchley Road, which everybody hates. That's why we can't get round. And while we're talking about it, and I'm sorry we couldn't talk about black cabs, because those of us here that are not on the Transport Committee want to say to black cab drivers, we support you, we will always support you, and we support you particularly because disabled people can use you. And we have long been saying that black cabs should go where buses go. So don't tell us what vehicles we can and can't use. People with 4 or 5 kids need bigger cars. If you're talking about weight, then start weighing the electric cars. They're far, far heavier than petrol cars. And quite frankly, start looking at the network out there and seeing what we can do. And it's not reducing speeds, putting in miles and miles of cycle lanes that don't always need to be there. It's an absolute nonsense. London is grinding to a halt because of what the Mayor is doing. Don't go for us and whatever cars we may or may not want.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. So it is true that cars are getting bigger, and that does actually create some problems, I think particularly on narrow roads. We have parking as well as vehicles getting by and side parking. I think there is a potential for a thoughtful debate about that, but this motion is not that. This motion is a Trojan horse for Labour and the Greens' not-so-secret plan to price people off the roads. The first clue, we just heard from Assemblymember Hall, the motion makes a great deal about the problem of weight of vehicles. The heaviest vehicle of any given type would be an electric vehicle. For a similar-sized vehicle, they are much heavier than petrol. Somehow, mysteriously, in this motion, that isn't mentioned. The real agenda here, I think, is a pretext to price people out of their cars. Now, I will say, in defence of the Greens, they are at least completely honest about that, but let's think about where Labour are. So the Mayor's manifesto recommits him, in fact, to his net zero 2030 target, which is 20 years quicker than Ed Miliband. And in public, the Mayor has said that he is against pay per mile. But his own report states very clearly 2 things. Number one, his report on achieving net zero. Number one, car use, to achieve his goal, car use would have to be reduced by 27% across London. And secondly, in order to achieve that, the Mayor's report says, there must be a pay-per-mile road user charge. And so support for the Mayor's net zero 2030 target locks in, according to his own report, support for a pay-per-mile. And so this motion is the continuation of demonising people who are using their car to get around, including many of the people I represent in Croydon and Sutton, keep finding new ways to tax people, to charge people, including some not very well-off people who use their cars. As I say, the Greens are at least honest about the fact that that's what they want to achieve. They want to do more than 27%, I'm sure. I think it would be nice, it would be refreshing for Labour to at least be honest about what their real agenda is. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief this time because Assemblymember Hall has already said much of what I wanted to say and said it in a very passionate and robust way, so I'll try and be brief. But I must say that I know I've only been here just over a year, and in that time I've seen some utter nonsense being discussed here, but I think this has to be definitely in the top 5. So as if the left's war on the motorist, relentless war on the motorist, wasn't bad enough already with ULEZ, 20 miles an hour, the tunnel charges, LTNs, the congestion charge increase, which we all voted against when the Greens proposed it in the budget. But now we have this motion, which takes that war on London's drivers directly to becoming a war on London's families, who need cars of this size because they have children, they have stuff that needs to be transported, and in some cases, like me, we have dogs that need to fit in the back of the car as well. So I'll declare an interest. I drive a Subaru Forester XT, at least that's one of the cars I drive, which you would categorise as being an SUV, and you'd probably regard it as being a gas guzzler, notwithstanding the fact that emissions-wise, it's probably the cleanest car I've ever owned. It weighs 1,000... My other car's an Impreza, that's much more of a gas guzzler, so that's fine. It weighs about 1,455 kilograms before I get in it. By contrast, the top 4 most popular electric vehicles sold in this country are all significantly heavier. Tesla Model Y, 1,995 kilograms. Tesla Model 3, 1,630. MG4 EV, between 1,655 and 1,685 kilograms. Nissan Ariya, about 2,000 kilograms. So all of those much heavier. If you want to tax electric vehicles off the road, be my guest. But, be careful what you wish for. This motion is nonsense. Definitely voting against. So, guys, back with you again for this one.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with the frankly bizarre notion that the State of London's backlog repairs of £1.9 billion is the fault of London's families for driving their vehicles and has nothing to do with the Mayor of London for cancelling all proactive road repairs in 2018-19 and 2019-20 and at various other points as well. In fact, it was a Labour Assembly member that in January 2019 asked Sadiq Khan, "You are planning to continue the policy of significantly reducing the programme of proactive road maintenance, which will lead to a significant drop in the state of good repair for both carriageway and footways. Is this policy sustainable long term?" The Mayor replied that TfL has estimated this approach will likely cause the state of good repair for carriageway and footways to slightly reduce around 2 points, from 92 to 90. Well, he was slightly off because it's now at 88%. A massive drop from his predecessor, who managed to raise state of good repair by 3%. That's also the same when you look at bridges. He inherited from his predecessor state of good repair at 81%, and that again has dropped. So after he got that up from 79%. I think, as it's been said already, though, truly this is just a tax on families who Labour in London want to hit again and again and again. As someone that has 3 children with 2 requiring car seats, I would much rather have a smaller vehicle. I would like a break from mum's taxi, but it is the reality of family life. And I think many of you forget that in outer London, families must use vehicles. The public network is not that of inner and central London. And now for the crime of having a larger family, which, by the way, is not cheap in itself in London. Labour and the Greens want you to pay more to park and more to tax your vehicle. It's an attack on motorists. Fundamentally, it's an attack on families. And also, it's a bizarre get-out for the fact that the Mayor has cancelled proactive road maintenance continually throughout his term. Thank you.
Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Whenever anything is raised about car ownership in the capital, we always hear about the war on motorists. And it's terribly reductive. It doesn't get us anywhere. And there is no war on motorists.
There is.
I'm afraid there genuinely isn't. And if there is a war on motorists, then there seems to be only one side, which is driving around in tanks. And that's the motorists.
That's the army.
But trying to make change, trying to make the roads better, trying to make the roads better for everybody, including motorists, is not a bad ambition, actually. I remember in Richmond's one terms, again, I'm going to, talk about what you know. Years ago, we had a form of emission-based parking charges. That was about 20 years ago. And we were howled down, absolutely howled down. In fact, the Lib Dems lost control of the council because of it. 2006, I think. And now, emissions-based parking is the norm. It is absolutely the norm, however it was decried as being whatever the equivalent of woke was back 15 or 20 years ago. So just trying to find alternative ways of making sure that the roads are safe for everybody, making sure that people can move around the capital as freely as possible. I appreciate that there are restrictions. Is not necessarily a bad thing. But just automatically having a knee-jerk reaction, say, oh, this is the war on the motorist, is terribly unhelpful. And really, as an assembly, we should be trying to find ways of making people's lives better and not necessarily reaching for the Daily Mail dog whistle descriptors, which we have heard today. Thank you.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually planning to speak on this motion, but I was taken by Assemblymember Baker saying that this was an anti-pothole motion, because this left me a bit confused by her newfound support of filling potholes. Because when we moved a budget amendment to plug the Mayor's budget gaps in repairing potholes, they voted against it. Because the truth is, what is causing the worsening state of London's roads is the fact that during this mayoralty, Sadiq Khan has cut £20 million, over 90% of the budget, from the money he gives councils to repair the principal road network. To people who don't live and breathe politics, those are the roads used by buses. Because out in Bromley, we have the new all-electric 358 bus. And when it isn't breaking down or ploughing into councillors' wives' cars, it is a heavier, as my colleagues have said, it's a heavier form of vehicle. But with this new vehicle, breaking our roads, being heavier, how much money this year has the Mayor given Bromley for the principal road network that it uses? Zero. How much did he give the council last year? Zero. How much did he give the council the year before? Zero. The point goes here that, again, he is only giving a handful of councils money to repair the principal road network. It is absolutely ludicrous to say that it is families that are ruining our roads. What is ruining our roads is the Mayor not paying his own bill.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
Thank you. I'm only wanted to speak on this just so I could use the phrase, this motion is just nothing but middle-class wokery from the left-wing parties. As we've already heard, as we've already heard, you know, I'm not going to outline it. I think Assembly Member Best, hit on the point of childcare. Crucial bigger cars, the disabled, and most importantly, the white van man that needs to get around to fix the luxury homes of the Camden socialists that need them when they come. This is an Islington Labour motion from what is now an Islington Labour Party. That's all you've got left. As we've heard, if it hadn't been for this Conservative group and Assembly Member Hall's exceptional mayoral campaign, we would have had pay per mile, which you all would have been happy to go along with. We've had the congestion charge increase, the ULEZ expansion, the lefty LTNs and the Blackwall Tunnel charges. I would say this, Mr. Chairman, which hasn't been remarked on. I was in when was it, Neil? Yesterday. I was in Westminster with Assembly Member Garrett yesterday, and who drove by twice? There were some very fancy ministerial cars, and guess what? They were all big Range Rovers. And without giving away, and rightly so, the Mayor has his security detail, I would ask you all, what do they drive? So the point I would make is be careful what you wish for. But just so I can use it one more time, this is nothing but middle-class wokery. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Sean Bailey.
After my colleagues, again, I've told you once before, if you think you're going to beat me over the head and act like it's some dirty secret of mine, you're wrong. You know why I stand on green belt. I said it before and I say it again. So please, relax. Secondly, after my colleague's thumping speech, I just want to bring us down to look at a few facts. The green credentials of this motion are ridiculous, because London is full of the cars it has now, and if you force those cars off the street, you do two particular things. Firstly, the embodied carbon. You'll get rid of carbon that we've already dealt with, and you'll bring in new carbon. And by the way, they're likely to be electric cars, which are very expensive to produce, very expensive to buy. We don't know what we're going to do with the poor chemicals when the batteries are done either. So the idea that this is some kind of green policy is madness, and the Greens should know better, because we rely on you for this kind of information. You seem to have forgotten that. My colleague, Assembly Member Best, talked about this, an attack on the families. To be clear, you will all know this, to raise a family in London is hugely expensive. To raise a large family, even more so. One of the key expenses is transport, and it often manifests itself in a car. If you live outside of zone 3, maybe, you have to drive your children around, or your children have a poor quality of life. It is that simple. So this is an attack on those people who've decided to produce children to pay your pension into the future. We need our young people to succeed. We need our families to succeed as well. The other piece as well, we have often talked about we want to make traffic better in London, and we all have different ways of doing that. But if you drive large cars off the road, you run the risk of families then getting another car, an extra car, and upping the level of traffic on road, because ultimately a large car takes up space, we can agree on that, but not as much as 2 cars. And you run the risk of people doing that. So, again, be careful what you wish for and come back with a better motion. I would love to support a motion that made it cheaper to move your family around London, that made congestion much less of an issue in London, but this is not it. It ignores the weight of electric cars. It ignores what this will do to families' finances, which is the single most important thing in London. We've got to support poorer families.
Thank you, Member. Right. I've not seen anyone else who wishes to come. Oh, so you did. So you are the last contribution then, before we go to summing up.
Thank you. I'm really struggling to understand exactly what motion we've been debating. The second paragraph talks about cars characterised by higher bonnets. Heavier cars put those in smaller cars, pedestrians and cyclists, and particularly children, at increased risk of death or serious injury in the event of a collision. That's what this motion is about. Now, if you are hit by a car above your centre of gravity, you go under the car drives over you, you are very likely to be killed or catastrophically injured. If you are hit below your centre of gravity by a car, you are likely to be thrown up onto the bonnet or cast aside. You are much less likely to be as seriously injured and less likely to be killed. So this motion is about reducing the number of people who are killed and seriously injured on the roads. It is a motion that takes account of the way that cars are changing shape. So, yes, they're causing problems with too many, making it difficult to park, making it difficult for cars to pass each other on a street where there are parked cars, because all the cars are getting at least a centimetre wider every year, the different car productions. So this is about making sure that we address this issue, that the car companies are selling us cars that are far more dangerous. We have a problem with not meeting our Vision Zero targets. The Mayor is desperate for ways to reduce the seriousness of the collisions on our roads. And so we absolutely need to be using every single tool at our disposal to try and reduce this danger by encouraging people through things like parking charges and VED based on the weight of your vehicle. So the bigger cars that cause more danger are the ones that pay that much more, and therefore people will buy. Old-fashioned estate cars have lower bonnets. Those can move lots of people around, and they are not so dangerous.
Thank you very much. You're right to sum up.
Thanks, Chair. And I'd like to really thank Assemblymember Russell for actually addressing the road safety aspects of this motion, which no one else in the many, many speakers had done so. I have to say, Chair, it's a bit tough for me to sum up the speeches because most of them bore only a minimal relation to the emotion that was actually brought. But I have to say, this afternoon has made me reflect really on the state of political debate. I have to say, no, I do, and I wonder who Assembly members think they are representing. I wonder who Assembly members think they are representing, and who is listening, and who is listening, and who is listening, or whether you're actually just here to listen to yourselves. And it's back to you, Chair.
OK, let's move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair. And those against?
Yes, thank you.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, can I start again? Apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 votes against, Chair.
OK, that concludes motions, as I see you're really upset by all that. Let's move on then to mayoral commitments. We're asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held between February and April 25, as set out in Appendix 1. Can we agree the recommendations? OK, item 9, Pay Award 2025/26 for the GLA statutory officers. The Assembly has recommended to confirm that the pay award of 2.5% should be made to the GLA 3 statutory officers, the Head of Paid Service, the Chief Finance Officer, the Monitoring Officer, noting that this is a joint decision with the Mayor. Can we agree? OK, item 10, future meetings of the Assembly. It's proposed that the London Assembly agrees to use the plenary meeting to be held at 10 a.m. on the 3rd of July, principally to hold question and answer session on the work and policies of TfL under Section 61 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999. It requires Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, in his capacity as Chair of TfL, and Andy Lord, Commissioner of TfL, to attend from 10 a.m. to answer questions for which notice will be given in due course in accordance with Section 62 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999. Can we agree? Agreed. Item 11, date of the next meeting. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday the 19th, 2025 in the Chamber at City Hall. Item 12, any other business that I consider? There is none. The meeting is now at an end. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.